I'm going to open this meeting of August 27th, 2024 of the Gloucester City Council. This public meeting of the City Council is recorded on Zoom with a link that is posted on the agenda. If you are calling in on a phone, you can press *9 to request to speak. If you are watching on a computer or device, there is a raised hand button that you can tap or press to request to speak. Please use either of these options during oral communications and public hearings to be recognized to speak. If technical difficulties arise and the Zoom link is interrupted during an in-person hybrid meeting of the City Council and a quorum is present, the meeting may continue after efforts have been made to reestablish the link. The minutes shall note the interruption. Our non-discrimination statement. It is the finding of the City of Gloucester that no individual should be denied equal treatment or opportunity because of their age, ancestry, color, disability, including intellectual and developmental, mental disability, family status, immigration status, gender identity or expression, military status, marital status, national origin, race, religion, sex, or sexual orientation. Tonight we have Ward 2 Councilor Dylan Benson. We have Ward 4 Councilor Frank Majota. We have City Clerk Grace Poirier. We have Ward Councilor at Large Valerie Gilman. We have Councilor at Large Jason Groh. We have Ward 3 Councilor Marjorie Grace. We have Ward 1 Councilor Scott Memart, and Councilor Worthley will be arriving shortly. And we also have in-house our legal, city legal, Suzanne Egan, and we have Chris Lucido here in the building, and we have our Harbor Master Chris Lucido, and our building commissioner Rob Vicari, and remote we have Kenny Costa, our auditor. And we shall now do the flag salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, in liberty for all.
Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Oral communications.
Oral communications. The public shall have the opportunity at every regularly scheduled meeting to be heard under oral communications on matters not appearing on the agenda. Oral communications shall allow any resident and/or property owner and/or business owner who has a request or complaint of any nature relative to city business to appear before the City Council, make their statement without debate, and the City Council refer matters to the office of the mayor. Person speaking under oral communication shall be limited to 3 minutes. Is there anyone in the House who would like to speak under oral communications? Come up to the podium if you want to speak at oral communications on anything that is not on the agenda. State your name and address for the record. Can you speak right into the microphone? Is it turned on?
Hi, City Council.
Speak right in. So
okay, my name is Peter Johnson, 33 Middle Street, Gloucester, Massachusetts. But before I first start, I understand there's going to be a discussion about Airbnbs today. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that's what I want to address.
Okay, we're having a public hearing about that, so this is not the time to speak of that.
Oh, it's not? Okay,
No.
That's going to be separate for,
Yes,
for that? Okay,
that's
well,
on the
good.
agenda. Yep, thank you. I see no hands raised from the 22 attendees that are on remote. So next order of business, Madam Clerk. Frank.
Confirmation of new appointments.
Councilor Majota? And we have, also CAO Jill Cahill in the house, who's about to speak to us.
My first time at Rose Baker. So, Mr. President, through you to the councilors, I'm here on behalf of the mayor to show our support for the appointment of Chris Lucido as harbor master. I think his resume speaks for itself. He's done a great service to the city for the past 14 years. By far the most qualified person for this position, and we hope you will support him as well tonight.
Would you like to say anything in front of the council?
Just want to thank the mayor, the council, and the Waterways Board for this opportunity.
Any questions from the council? Council Worthley?
Mr. Chairman Margiotta, through ONA, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Chris, welcome, although you're not really being welcomed because you've been doing this for so long. This would not be the first time that a Worthley supported a Lucido. It won't be the last. So I'm really thrilled with your appointment. But I'd like to ask you just to use this moment to share with us what your vision is for the position and for the harbor, and just give us a chance to get to know you and your vision a little better. Thank you.
Well, I was born in the city of Gloucester a long time ago. I spent most of my life on the waterfront, and I want to see the city of Gloucester thrive. I would love to see Gloucester be a destination. It's becoming a destination. There's so much history, art, museums. There's tons that people don't know about. So my vision is to become a destination and bring people in, bring boaters in. There's beautiful restaurants, art studios. We have an endless amount of things to see in the city. I'd love to bring people in to spend money and just enjoy everything.
I may continue?
Of course.
The harbor master's position is a lot bigger than I think people realize. You have the law enforcement role, regulatory, you've got the mooring fields, you've got the EPA, you got the Conservation Commission, you have the DEP, you got coastal zone management, you have permitting authority on docks. I think it's section 10 of the Mass General Law, sorry, section 12, I think it is. And your background is very, very impressive. I thought I knew you, and then I saw your resume, and then the next page, and the next page of all your credentials. And so, like Ms. Cahill said, you are absolutely qualified for the position. Is there anything about the position that you think you would need from us, from the council, or from the
I
community?
look forward to working with the council, the mayor's office, the administration, the staff. We have a great staff. Anything I can get from you or help you with, or you can help me with, I'd be glad to.
Happy to support your nomination. Thank you. Best of luck, too.
Okay, it's working.
Any other councilors? All right. Committee recommendation on a motion by Councilor Margiotta, second by Councilor Grace. The Ordinance and Administration Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend to the City Council appointment Christopher Lucido, fulfilling an unexpired term as Harbor Master, term ending 2/14/25, and I so move.
Second.
All in favor? Discussion?
Sure. Chris, thank you, first of all, for putting your name in the hat and for your many years of great performance. I'm going to be supporting you. I'm a boater. I've stayed close to all the activities on the water. And when people like John McCarthy, who worked with me here on the City Council and as the interim police chief, puts you on the pedestal as he has, I know that you've been very well vetted, as well as the mayor and our CAO. So I'll be supporting you, and we believe in you, and I hope my fellow councilors vote to support you as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm honored.
Councilor Benson.
Thank you. Thank you for stepping up and doing this, and I think your resume speaks for itself, and I will be supporting you. And I look forward to, as you answered Councilor Worthley's questions about how we can continue to bring more people in through boating, and I appreciate that. And how also the Harbor's Master's Office can continue to support our thriving fishing industry as well. So thank you for stepping up, and I look forward to supporting you.
Anybody else? And a vote. All in favor? Aye. 8 in favor. Oh, anybody opposed? 8 in favor, 1 absent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, for the Committee of the Arts, Susan, we pronounced your name wrong, I think an O and A. I'm gonna try again. Edrani? Erin? Ernie. Susan Ernie. Hi, just tell the council about yourself, please. Just make sure you speak into the mic.
Well, I'm an artist in Gloucester. I've been here since 1995, when I came for 4 months with my husband. Fell in love with the city and couldn't. One thing that struck me a few years after I moved here, once I started to actually work in Gloucester, was that the art history here is amazing, especially from 1850 to 1950, and that it is very, very underrated outside of Cape Ann. Now it's starting to change a little, partly because of the recent exhibitions at the Cape Ann Museum and the upcoming ones, and some other things as well. But Gloucester used to be a place where reviewers came from major newspapers. And I wanted to understand what had happened and why. So I've been fascinated and a little obsessed with the Gloucester art history. I'm in total love with the murals in the City Hall, the wall text for them, which I think needs redoing. And I worked as a curator at the Cape Ann Museum and other places. I ran Sea Arts for a couple of years. I have to say, I'm not a great employee. I'm a much better independent contractor, which is what I've done since. So I've written about art, I've taught about it, I lecture on it. And I used to be on the Committee for the Arts.
Thank you. Councilor, questions? Dylan?
Thank you. I ask this to everyone that comes forward for a committee, board, or commission. What is one thing you hope to accomplish on the committee?
Well, I was asked to come back to the committee, so I actually didn't have an agenda when I thought, should I go back on it? But I would very much like to see the city take a greater role. This is, I mean, for stuff the committee isn't already doing. Take a greater role in making possible the kind of art colony that used to be here. And because of the way the world works now, that cannot only be done by artists and by private individuals. It needs a public-private cooperation. So that's kind of my goal, because I know how intense and amazing this place was for so long, and the kinds of things that made that possible. So it's a big goal, I realize.
Thank you. And yes, no other councilors have any questions. I'll have just have a comment. It was very nice to get to know you at the O&A. You were very passionate about the arts, and the Committee of the Arts is getting a great member. So to move forward, committee recommendation, a motion by Councilor Gray, second by Councilor Majota. The Ordinance and Administration Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council appoint Susan Ernie, fulfilling an unexpired term to the Committee of the Arts, term ending 2/15/25, and I so move. Councilor discussion. I see none. Oh, sorry, Councilor Worthley.
Check 1, 2. Welcome back. I know you haven't been a stranger, but welcome back to an official capacity. I've got to know you over the years, especially through C-Arts and the Chamber of Commerce. And for some reason, I didn't know until recently how your extensive research and efforts on really showcasing and learning more and expressing more about the Auschwitz and about Jewish history. And I know it's not necessarily what's on the agenda tonight, but I just wanted to recognize you for that. It's just, again, page after page of different things you've done. It's really been impressive. I look forward to seeing you in action again, and I look forward to voting for your appointment. Thank you for doing this.
Councilor Memhard.
Susan,
Hi.
it's nice to see you here, and thank you for serving again. I've known you over the years, primarily through my wife, Martha Oakes, at the Cape May Museum, where I know you've been an active contributor and partner in highlighting the community and our arts cultural history here and celebrating it and making it more part of our fabric of life here in Gloucester. So thank you again for agreeing to serve, and we look forward to your contributions. Thank you.
Since I want to just say thank you for your continued dedication to the arts in our community, and I really appreciate your answer to my question. And the arts is an integral part of our community, along with the fishing industry. I mean, they go hand in hand with the history of our community. So thank you, and I look forward to supporting your candidacy today.
Okay. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Looks like it's 8 in favor, 1 absent. Clerk?
Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
The consent agenda.
Would anybody like to pull anything off of the consent agenda? Councilor Grow.
What's that?
Council Order number 1.
Yeah, it's Council Order 2024-20, Benson.
Anybody else? Go ahead. Councilor Worthley.
There was something the clerk's office indicated we need to take off. I believe it was the appointment for Susan Wright.
Yeah, I got it right here.
Okay, I didn't know if you needed a motion to take it off.
No.
Okay.
Do we need a motion to take these off? No.
Can't vote on the whole consent agenda with that on there as is.
Right.
We have to amend it first. So someone needs to take it off, right?
Yeah.
If you do it. I just want to offer that in case we missed it.
So we have to, it's number 1, new appointments, Susan Wright. We have to take Susan Wright off because her referral was, is as an alternate to serve till February 15th, 27, and we need to vote to refer to O&A. Pull that off. Anything else? I'll entertain a motion to accept the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Gross, seconded by Councilor Worthley. Discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Councilor Grow.
I just, I'm sorry, I'll try to stick it over here. In consistency, Councilor Benson, if you could submit a map of the area that is going to be affected by the, I've been asking everybody to do that. Perfect, thank you. It's very helpful.
And I will just do that anytime I bring something else forward. Thank you for reminding me, and my apologies.
Okay, and I already read why we had to take
But we still need to make a motion. I move
Susan
that we-
Wright, so does somebody want to make a motion to accept the language that I read earlier? On that, that it needs to refer back to O and A because it was sent inaccurately to us. So it has to go back to O and A. Right. Motion's been made by Counselor Gilman, Counselor Benson seconded. All those in favor, discussion?
Do we need to change it to a non-voting position, as it said in the,
It's going to go,
although that could be
what
amended
is-
to O and A?
it's going back, going back as an alternate, right? She's going back as an alternate.
Okay.
So, term to end February 15th, 2027. Refer it back to O and A. Counselor Grow. Yep. You're right, Counselor Grow has got a question.
Okay, are we going to do a motion also for the parking? Okay.
Yes, yes, we do. We're going to do them both at once?
We can, yeah.
Do you want to amend your second?
Make a motion to amend your order to refer to O&A to include Council Order 2024-020 and further to forward that to the Traffic Commission and O&A.
And
I so move.
Second.
all right, amendment made by Counselor Grow, seconded by Counselor Worthley. Discussion. Now, we've confused this as much as possible. Well, we need to vote on the amendment first. We didn't vote on it yet. So, all in favor of the amendment? Aye. The amendment has it 8-0, one absent. Now we need to vote on the motion. So that was made by Counselor Gilman, seconded by Counselor Benson. Any more discussion on it? The original motion was? Yeah. No, to vote on these that were pulled off. Amended it to put the two together. And now the amendment passed, so now we go back to the main motion. Okay. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it, 8-0, one absent. All right, now that we got that nightmare done. What's next, Madam Clerk?
The Standing Committee Report for Budget and Finances, August 22nd, 2024 meeting.
All right, Counselor Memard.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Hello, yes. A little more, excuse us for the loud microphone. I've requested that our Budget and Finance Committee meeting motions, of which there are 8, be accepted as a unanimous consent agenda. I can highlight them quickly if you'd like me to. There are 8 items. The first related to a memorandum from the city clerk for a payment of a prior year invoice of $800, $791. The second is acceptance of a grant from the Elizabeth and Peter Tower Foundation of an grant acceptance for $150,000 for a community grant, a community change grant. The third item was from the Department of Public Works Director requesting acceptance of our donation of 2 MobiMat rollout walkways at our beaches. The fourth item, also from the Department of Public Works, relating to paying a prior year invoice with current funds, amount of $17,700. A memorandum from our police chief requesting our acceptance of a FEMA Assistance to Firefighters grant in the amount of $49,090.90. A memorandum from the CFO requesting our acceptance of the EOPSS Office of Grants and Research Municipal Cybersecurity Grant in the amount of $54,931, and the IT department gave us a presentation about that. And seventh, we had a number of donations from the Director of Elder Services, Elise Sinagra, for contributions from the community totaling $936.73. and again from the Director of Veteran Services requesting our acceptance of donations from members of our community totaling $1,325. If anybody would like any more detail on any specific item, we'd be happy to provide that. Otherwise, I request a motion to accept as presented. So move. Of course, please.
Motion made by Counselor Memard, seconded by Counselor Worthley to, for the Budget and Finance consent agenda. Questions, discussion?
Looking here at, a lot here. I'm looking specifically at 3 memorandum from the Director of Public Works requesting acceptance of a donation of 2 Moby mat rollout walkaways. Which, was there any discussion of which specific beach these mats are going to go to? I remember reading through, but I just, maybe for the record, if you can
Yes.
remind me.
The Director of Public Works, Mike Hale, indicated that in all likelihood, these will not be installed until next summer season, and they are destined, there are 3 currently at Good Harbor Beach. These are destined probably at the discretion of the DPW to Winkershik.
Okay, to Wingershik, okay. Well, that's good. Well, thank you.
Any more discussion on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it, 8-0, 1 absent. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
For the standing committee reports, there are no items under the August 19th O&A meeting under this heading. So we're going to move down to the Planning and Development Standing Committee report of August 21st.
That's me. We just have one item on the agenda for tonight. It was a memorandum from the General Counsel regarding an easement from the city to Mass Electric to install underground electrical distribution system at the Green Street Ball Field. And so on a motion of Councilor Gilman, seconded by Councilor Benson, Planning and Development Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed to recommend that City Council grant an easement for the property located at the Green Street Ball Field to Massachusetts Electric Company as requested and described in the easement document attached to the General Counsel's August 6, 2024 memorandum, and I so move.
Second.
Moved.
Made by Counselor Groves, seconded by Counselor Gilman. Discussion.
Does anybody have any questions about this very small easement to allow for the lights at Green Street Playground, our ball field to be installed so that we can get those up?
Okay, seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye. We got one more little item. Just an announcement.
Okay, can we finish this vote?
Oh, we just did, sorry.
Yeah. 8 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 absent.
Good to go? All right. I just want to let everybody know that on September 4th, which is our next P&D meeting, we will be having a presentation on the MBTA 3A zoning. That meeting is going to be held at City Hall at 5:30 in the main auditorium. We figure that there's going to be enough people that might want to come and see the presentation again. It is not a public hearing. It is a presentation by the planning department and the consultants for the P&D department, but all are welcome. And again, it's at City Hall at 5:30. Thank you.
Thank you. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Public hearing 2024, number 16, SCP 2024, number 3, the application of 20 Main LLC for the demolition and conversion of an office building to multifamily housing containing 24 units and a retail space at Main Street number 20, map 7, lot 94 in the CB district.
Thank you. Next order of business? Oh, I gotta open it to continue it? Oh. Open the public hearing and continue to September 24th. I thought we had opened this already. No? We did. So this is just continuing. I didn't need to reopen it. Yeah. So, okay, that will be a lively discussion, continue until September 24th. Okay, next order of business.
Public hearing 2024, number 23, CC number 2024, number 18, amend GCO Chapter 5, Buildings and Building Regulations by adding a new Article 5, short-term rentals.
I am going to turn the gavel over and the chairmanship of this public hearing part to Councilor Gilman.
Thank you, Council President. I'd like to open the public hearing and ask for a presentation from those in support.
I will speak and report. Let me as a proponent of this, and I want to bring it up. So, did you just bring up yours? Okay. So here we are. Highlight of the evening. So this is the ordinance for regulating short-term rentals, something that is going on almost in every single community. It is not something new. It should not be something that's unexpected. We know, it's widely known that we are suffering of a critical housing shortage, and to have a healthy community, we really need to have housing for the people who want to live and work here. Addressing that housing crisis is going to take multiple approaches. There is no silver bullet, and this is one of those approaches to add to our arsenal to be able to try to preserve housing that we still have in Gloucester, and maybe possibly even increase some inventory by not having them turned into short-term rentals. These short-term rentals also reside in our neighborhoods, and they're a commercial enterprise, and through no fault of the visitors themselves, they are on a different schedule than our residents. So we needed to put in some safeguards for both the residents and the renters. And by this registration, I've heard an awful lot about how we need data. Well, this ordinance will collect, just by the registration, there's 3 different types of rentals, and we'll look at that in a minute, and that will automatically categorize the different types, and we will have that data on which ones, how many we have of each. The reason for this is, it helps to ensure that short-term rentals are not a detriment to the neighborhood, like I already mentioned, and the livability. It's to protect the health and safety of both renters and residents, and it still allows short-term rentals to property owners, and it will maintain availability of short-term rentals, particularly during the peak season, which is not, we don't have a long season here in the climate that we live in. So the different types of residential unit are the shared residential unit, which is something that's within your home. It's a room, or possibly you have a finished basement and there's a bed down there, and you put in a mini fridge and coffee maker and a microwave, and you rent it out, but you are living in the home itself. It is not a separate unit. It is not a 2-family. It is a single family that unit is a single family. Then primary residence is a short-term rental that the property, you live in it at least 6 months of the year, and you're a resident of Gloucester. You register to vote here, if you register to vote, but this would be where you're eligible to be registered to vote. You register your car here. This is your tax liability is to the state is for here. So that's the primary residence that you're allowed to rent for up to 6 months. Or you have to live in it for 6 months. You don't have to, you can rent it for as much, for up to 6 months, or up to 6 months, or as little as you want. Non-primary residential unit is one that's owned it's a secondary home. And some of them are just strictly for investment. Others are because they're a vacation home that they come and stay. And if they come and stay for a month, that doesn't count against the 120 days that are proposed here. So that increases the time that it's available for rental. That's a decision that needs to be made by every individual. So a shared residential unit, the one that's in your home, you can rent it 365 or leap year 366 if you are so inclined. In the primary residence, like I said, it's 6 months per year. You have to live in the residence for 6 months a year. And then the short-term rental for non-primary residents, which is basically a secondary home, it can be rented for a total of 120 days. All these residents can be rented as long-term rental periods of 30 days or more, anytime, for any length of time. They can do winter rentals, they can rent it for, if they have somebody who wants to come here for 31 days in the summer, that does not count against, they can take their rates that they get as short-term rentals, and it doesn't count. And what's excluded in this ordinance, not solely excluded here, but there's hotels, motels, lodging houses, and licensed bed and breakfast establishments. Also, lower income, housing for hospital staff, things like that are also exempt from this. So we'll have annual permits, which will be issued by the building department with a fee that's set by the city council that's in the ordinance. And like I said earlier, these units, the 3 different types, will be tracked through the registry. I mean, that will be a really good piece of information that we do not have today. The state registry just doesn't provide any of that to us. And that alone will provide a fair amount of local data that everybody is really clamoring for on either both opponents and proponents. Records for all types of the owners have to maintain records for all types of these short-term rentals. And they have to record the number of days per year the unit is rented, the number of guests, and the number of days that the operator stayed in the unit per year. You have to keep those records, and the building commissioner can request those in writing. Number of occupants are limited to 2 per bedroom plus 2 additional. And I have since been notified by the health department that if you're on septic, you're only allowed 2 per bedroom. It's limited by your deed because you're on septic. That's what I was informed by the health department. That'll be a change coming later. Functions such as weddings, bachelor parties, or any other functions will not be permitted. And by state law, they must, just for everybody's information, they must carry $1 million property and liability insurance, and that's the state. In the unit itself, you have to post trash and recycling schedule, which is trash doesn't go out before 4:00 p.m. the day before the trash gets picked up, and the receptacles have to be removed from the curb the day of pickup. We must post parking regulations, the noise ordinance, and the animal control ordinance. 24-hour contact information must be provided. And the units must also comply with the state and local sanitary, fire, building codes, General Law 64G. And operators must post the locations of fire extinguishers, gas shutoff valves, fire alarms, and fire escapes, again, under Mass General Law 64G. Now, there's some interesting, I won't say it's data, but some interesting articles out there that I just would like to highlight. And so AirDNA, which is a marketing tool for short-term rentals, and they stated that in June 2024, small city and rural locations listings overtook urban listings on Airbnb to become the 4th most listed location type. And then coastal locations, which took the top spot in 2020, have only widened their lead since. We are one of those cherished coastal locations. Also, Harvard Business Review, which wrote an article about whether total bans work. And they said that it doesn't necessarily, but a very interesting piece of their study was that if you put limits on units that can be rented out on a short-term basis, it can take the form of caps on the number of nights at which a property can be rented, because travelers mostly benefit from Airbnb in periods of peak demand, allowing them to book short-term rentals in those periods, which seems especially valuable, while making it much less profitable for investors to take units away from long-term rentals. Now, that's not me, that's Harvard Business Review, and they also were talking about how it's that renting during peak season, you also usually, everybody knows who's going on vacation, peak season, you pay more money. So if you get to maximize your benefit during peak seasons, and this ordinance still is amply allows with 120 days to capture our peak season. And a study done by the Economic Policy Institute, an independent nonpartisan think tank, they had an interesting quote in there that said, the largest and best documented potential cost of Airbnb expansion is the reduced supply of housing as properties shift from serving local residents to serving Airbnb travelers, which hurts local residents by raising housing cost. There is evidence that this cost is real. So, as I said earlier, the operators will be required to keep records, which will give us the much-needed data that will help us fine-tune and hone this, but we can't do it without this. There's no limit on short-term rentals as long-term rentals. You can rent them out over 31 days, anytime, for any amount of time. There's no, this ordinance has no bearing on that. Short-term rentals, with the 120 days, will be available during our peak season. Now, I know that there's, some activity during shoulder season, but if anybody who drives around Gloucester and knows what happens after Labor Day. And we've also had a tourist industry in Gloucester forever. And we had it before we had short-term rentals. Very healthy. And I do not see this thing limiting the health of our tourist industry by this ordinance. I feel that this will never, ever affect that because, we had a very healthy one long before we had short-term rentals. And, homeowners who live within their primary residence again, and it just does make it less profitable for investors to take away units from long-term renters. And that's my my presentation. Thank you.
Would anyone here like to speak in support of this ordinance? We're going to start with people in this room, and then we will go to Zoom. And you have up to 3 minutes. Grace will be timing you, and she'll let you know 10 seconds before the 3 minutes is up. So please come up. I see Peter, and then I saw Butch. So why don't we start with Peter? Come on up, and then you can form a line behind him. Name and address in 3 minutes with a warning 10 seconds before. Thank you.
Is it on now? Yeah, it seems like that. Peter Johnson, 33 Middle Street. Okay, there we go. Oh, gosh. First of all, yeah, no, I kind of support. We not only have a housing crisis here in Gloucester, as much as an affordability crisis, and housing that could be for residents here being moved from full-time residency into other, short-term vacation, whatever, seasonal use, take housing out of what's available here and also drive up prices, the Airbnbs or whatever short-term rentals is a small or is a part, I don't know how big or small part of it is, but it's part of that. And I'm really happy to see that, however, those short-term rentals also have that other. It actually is a solution to affordable crisis because it does provide opportunity for someone when they to buy a house here and have it into the calculation that they can rent out a room, in-law unit, or a section of the house. And for other people, it can be the difference between paying your mortgage and a foreclosures. And I also think that's really good and all that. But like I said, it's part of the problem. And in the long term, I think also, to address this, besides the short-term rentals, we have, a lot of houses that disappear or not available for people that work and live here in Gloucester because, they go into secondary homes or seasonal homes and a whole lot of things. Also, I assume Atlantic Vacation Rentals, is that what they call, would be part of the short-term rental ordinance here. So, you have many different platforms, many things that take out housing availability for people that want to work and live here full time. And I hope, in the long term that somehow the solution for that will come to, and maybe, even go further, like houses that today are full-time residential homes cannot easily be converted into whether it's short-term rental or seasonal home or vacation home or something that's not, for people that live and work in Gloucester. But overall, I think it's a great idea. As long as we, and which it does, allow people to have short-term rentals, to be able to actually afford a house here in Gloucester. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Peter. Next up, to speak in support, you have a name and address, and you have 3 minutes. Thank
I don't know
you.
that this is in support, but it's more that I would like to have added to this. So is this?
Sure, go ahead. You have the
So-
floor.
Okay, so I'm Carolyn Roy. I live in Annisquam. And what I want to point out is that California is vacation land on steroids. And they, for example, have 16 waterfront communities that have banned VRBO or short-term rentals altogether. And there are places like Carmel, Del Mar, Huntington Beach, Manhattan Beach, Redondo Beach, Sausalito, West Hollywood. So they have banned it altogether. And then they have partial bans on 9 communities where they require that the short-term rentals are only in commercial areas. They cannot be in residential areas. And those are areas like Laguna Beach, Newport Beach, San Francisco, Santa Barbara, and on. So I think that's kind of a good warning for where we could be headed because they have so much more experience in this area. And another more local example is Marblehead Weekly News on May 21st, 2024, had an article about short-term rentals are ruining Marblehead. So that's my concern, and I have practical experience living next to a VRBO starting in 2021. But before I get into that, I'd like to tell you what I'm for. Based on my experience, I am for owner-occupied rentals. There's a big difference if the owner is there or not. It keeps the frat party factor down because we are talking vacation rentals. And locally, Quincy, Boston, Revere, Newburyport, Salem, and Nahant have requirements around that in ordinances. I'm also for commercial zoning being the only place that this can occur because residents are impacted so severely. I'm for limiting the number of bedrooms and the number of people. Boston limits it to 3 bedrooms and 4 people. Newburyport is 6 bedrooms and 8 people. Revere is 2 bedrooms and 6 people. So the problem is size matters. And so what we have in Annisquam, for example, I'm the little dollhouse surrounded by big houses. So this is very typical of Gloucester. So I will tell you later what the impact is. But I think we also need to have them be able to renew the application every 3 years, as Newburyport does, because that
10
gives...
seconds.
Sorry, well, I'll have to send you my email. But the idea is that there is a great impact. And why there's an impact is we have a neighbor with a pool who has frat parties and noise and garbage out. So.
Thank you, Carolyn. Next person that would like to speak in support. Name and address, and you have 3 minutes to speak to us. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kim Genero. I live at 21 Cliff Road in Gloucester, Ward 1.
Feel free to hold it, take it off the pedestal. There
Thank
you
you.
go. You won't hurt your back.
Yeah, Mr. Memhard is my ward counselor, and I did send him an email saying how much I support Mr. Gross's plan to.
Excuse me, can you just repeat your name? I heard
Oh.
Cliff Road, but I didn't hear your name.
Kim Genero, Genereux.
Thank you.
I own 21 Cliff Road. I'm the homeowner. Anyway, I fully support these rules and regulations. And if anything, I think it's just a start. And I think that as the state starts to clamp down on this too, I hear there are going to be some state rules considered. We might want to revisit our own regulations and be, comfortable with updating them. And I don't know what sort of vehicle you can plant in these, but I think it's something that we need to talk about, that this is just a start. But I really understand how Carolyn feels, because I now live next door to 23 Cliff Road, which is no longer a short-term rental. It was sold a couple of years ago, and I almost sold my house because I couldn't stand living there anymore with all the parties that were going on all the time. But they sold the house, and now I have some very nice neighbors who are mostly come in the summer, but they plan to rent their home 9 months a year. And it's just been such a relief to have, that short-term rental thing, that chaos leave. So my request would be, if there could be some kind of a hotline set up so that when people break these regulations and make their neighbors miserable, there is a way to report it, because usually these things happen at times when nobody's available in the city to talk to, So it's just something I wanted to throw in there. Thank you. Ms. Gilman, thank you.
Thank you. Next person to speak in favor, you have 3 minutes. Name and address. Thank you.
Hi, Jessica Samararo, 1 Mansfield Court. I am speaking in favor of the ordinance and the regulations, and I'm just so grateful that the council has taken the time to develop these very thoughtful rules, proposals. I think that gathering data can really help us to examine what's happening in our city, and the more data and I'm so happy that this is going to be data driven and we're going to be gathering information if it passes, and that we can kind of approach our housing crisis from all different areas. And I think this is like a very important area to approach it from. I'm sure, like everyone else, I can see how my neighborhood and my family's neighborhood has been changed by Airbnb. And also, my family members have benefited from Airbnb, and I've dabbled a bit also, like renting out a bedroom in my house, and it was a great experience, and I might do it again. So I feel like there's enough leeway here for people to still be able to support themselves and pay their mortgage or make a little extra money. The end. Thank you.
Like to speak, sorry, for up to 3 minutes in support. Name and address, please.
Laura Tawater, Awate. I'm at 90 Middle Street. I'm a homeowner. I've lived here for 25 some odd years. I have to say that I'm really supportive of this. As we as we grow and change as a community, it can add to what we provide here for visits and short time. I know I have discovered places by renting Airbnb. I've had some wonderful experiences discovering other places. I will say that whenever I go to rent an Airbnb, I look very carefully at what their rating is, and I know they look at mine. So I think that's something to keep in mind, that it's kind of up to the person who is renting it out short-term to kind of vet who it is that they're renting to. Just putting that one out there. My neighbors, for 9 months, rented their place out on a short-term rental, and it was very, very effective. And if there was ever any problems, we were there to help them, but it was more about running the house itself, you know, the stove. So I don't know what there is as far as being a point person. I don't think it would be a bad idea. I'm not sure where the funding would come from. But generally, I'm really supportive. Wanted to come tonight and say yay.
Next person that would like to speak in favor, 3 minutes. Butch, would you introduce yourself and your address?
I'm Albert Rose from 1054 Rear Washington Street, but you all know me as Butch. I live in Lanesville and moved there in the 70s. And back then it was just an opportunity for low-income rentals, and it's been that way for a long time. And it's you know, families growing up, kids, people just come in for just do visit a town, place to work, whatever. But recently, actually, my daughter's getting married in a week and a half or so in our yard, and we've been looking for rental opportunities and looking at the Airbnbs, and I was amazed at how many there were right in our little community of Lanesville, 20 anyway, and we didn't even do the whole search. But I was also amazed at how expensive they were. Totally out of sight there. There's one right down at Schispel Road that goes for $5,000 a week. And it's really noticed over the last 5 years or whatever how it's changing the whole community. You don't really know the people you see walking through yards anymore. And those families that used to come in for the low income housing, whatever, they aren't there. Everyone's kind of realized that this is an opportunity and it's a money grab. And you know, here we are in the middle of a housing crisis, and what are we doing? Incentivizing new ownership to come with this high-term rental, short-term rental, and we're just going backwards with the whole housing crisis that I see we're in. Plus, it's really destroying the community of the quality of our little communities here. I think, Tony, what you've done is a good start, but I think that we could actually go even a little farther on maybe some time constraints, and especially the out-of-town people who buy property here just for the income potential. And I did a little research on like on Nantucket, for instance. 77 of all the ownership for the short-term rentals are out of town, and 45% of the owners have at least more than one property in there. And an interesting comment I saw in that research there was how they were worried about how Nantucket is going to become a soulless parody of the place it once was. And I just hate to see that happen to Gloucester. I guess
10 seconds.
In talking to some of the neighbors, a lot of them hadn't heard about this meeting or whatever. And I want to know if this can be continued for a broader audience. Thank you.
Next person that would like to speak in favor. Sunny, you have 3 minutes, name and address. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Sonny Robinson, 20 Harvard Street, and I come before you tonight to support these regulations. I think we very much need them to get an understanding of the impact of short-term rentals versus long-term rentals. And I would just reiterate some of the data collection that I think is extremely important. We need to know the number of units, where they are located, and what type housing they are in. Is it owner occupied or not? Is it just a bedroom, an apartment, or the whole house? How long are they utilized each year? How much do they contribute to the financial base of the city's finances? And perhaps most importantly, what is the impact on the loss of units that would otherwise be full-time rental units? While that is not necessarily a complete list of concerns, it is at least a starting point for the essential data that I know we all think has to be created. Secondly, I highly recommend Gloucester prohibit any further commercial buying up of houses for short-term rentals. Such buy-ups are seriously depleting the amount of housing the community needs to allow the multiple generations of long-term residents to remain here. It makes no sense to foster more tourist units while the very staff the community needs to assist tourism can no longer afford to live here, much less be able to find a place to live. To allow an owner-occupied property to have a B&B to assist with their own expenses is one thing. The slow loss of needed community rentals to tourism only undermines the character of the community. Thirdly, I recommend that no further short-term rentals be permitted in the zoning that will become the 3A MBTA zoning. The intent of 3A is to increase the amount of housing we are currently lacking, not to foster tourism or enhance income for property owners. And finally, I recommend the Planning Board and the City Council explore ways to incentivize long-term rentals rather than short-term rentals. This, I believe, we must seriously explore and consider if it remains substantially more profitable to foster short-term rentals. We as a community will not succeed at fostering enough long-term rentals to meet our own needs. We must, after we pass these first steps to restrain short-term rentals, take on the task of how to foster and build long-term housing. This is what our community needs. Thank you for your attention to my concerns.
Thank you, Sunny. Who else would like to speak in favor? Deanna Fay, name and address. You have 3 minutes.
Deanna Fay, 3 Barbary Lane. First, thank you all for the opportunity to share my thoughts around the short-term rental ordinance. I want to personally thank Tony Gross for his diligent work on this, and also for taking the time to talk with several members of Housing for All Gloucester about his intentions around the ordinance, and also taking the time to talk with me personally. Over the last few months, there was a group of us that spent a good deal of time reviewing studies, reports, various ordinances from other Massachusetts coastal communities. The exercise provided a better understanding of the challenges and complexities of what a larger than just Gloucester shared issue is, and also gave us a deep appreciation for the time and effort that Councilor Gross has put into the development of this ordinance, so thank you. The ordinance should provide a needed and necessary set of regulations to enforce local registration process and health and safety rules and compliance for the short-term business sector. But the public must be clear that as written, nothing will really change regarding our housing needs. If there's any underlying reason that the ordinance includes the needs to gain comprehensive understanding of the actual impact of the short-term rental market, what it has on our housing and economic markets, then data collection needs to be a priority. And I think you'll probably hear that over and over again. But maybe a clearer picture of what data is actually going to be collected from the owners and their reporting requirements would be helpful. because we cannot effectively regulate on perception. We need detailed and full understanding of the overall impact, how short-term rentals economically benefit current homeowners, how it depletes homes, and how it might otherwise benefit new owners or long-term renters. That information goes beyond the basic registration application and requires thoughtful collaboration and community input. Also, if the underlying reasoning for the ordinance includes the need to preserve and protect the city's long-term rental stock, then I urge the council to amend this ordinance to prohibit short-term rentals for corporate entities, perhaps even non-residential owners, and to limit the allowed numbers of short-term rentals that any property owner can have. These steps would go far to preserve our current long-term housing, protect our current housing supply,
10
and
seconds.
any newly created within the 3A multifamily overlay district, and slow the upward trajectory of short-term rentals. So again, thank you so much for your efforts, and I hope that you will consider some amendments to make this stronger. Thank you.
Thank you, Deanna. Who else would like to speak in favor in this room right now? I see one person on Zoom. It is Sam C. If you could bring Sam in to speak in favor. And then I see some hands coming up for speaking in favor. So we'll start with Sam C. And you have 3 minutes, and you'll be warned around 2 minutes and 50 seconds. So name and address. Welcome, Sam.
Oh, yes. Hi, Sam Cleaves, 1111 Washington Street in Lanesville. I just wanted to briefly speak in favor of this very thoughtful change, proposed change to the housing ordinance, to the city ordinance. I really feel that it does allow a better balance between short and long-term rentals. It's very favorable to current property owners. The point's been made, several good points been made, in that it will not hurt the overall tourist economy and really helps with primary homeowners who live here all year round, will not limit their rental opportunities in the short-term basis as long as they're in-house. Again, other people have mentioned, I think it's very important to continue the private ownership of homes versus making them even more inviting for private equity pickups. We really need to keep Gloucester people in Gloucester homes long-term to increase our affordable housing opportunities. And again, this ordinance is a good beginning on keeping off-season, longer-term rentals available, increasing affordable housing options. And again, I think this is a very good start and a good balance point, good place to start strong data collection and see what is actually going on. But I too would support bringing this back no longer than 2 years out to see exactly what we've got and what needs to be reevaluated and strengthened within the ordinance. So thanks for the opportunity to comment.
Next up, I believe, is Linda McCarriston or Beverly Pelmarchi. We have Beverly. Beverly, name and address, and you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Beverly Palmachi, 8 Commonwealth Avenue. Pretty sure I've sent emails to the counselors, well, people who used to be on the council and some of the current counselors. I have been extremely interested in this issue for some time. I know what it does to communities, how negative it can be, that we should not have investors buying up property to use for this purpose. I've had experience right here in my downtown neighborhood, which seems like an odd place for Airbnbs, but out-of-state owner came in, lied to the inspector, had one unit inspected to become an Airbnb, said she lived in the other unit. She did not. She was renting 2 of them. I walked around the neighborhood. I asked nearby people what they thought of it. None of them were in favor of it. 10 people said, absolutely not. We don't want it. We want to have a neighborhood like we've always had. We don't want people coming and going. Recently, the lot behind me on Wells Street, uh, 2 small houses, 3 units occupied by people who live here. They're all being displaced because they're going to be Airbnbs. On the corner of Beacon Street and Washington Street, there's a commercial establishment on the first floor. There was a rental unit on the second. The owner went to get permission to add a 3rd floor unit, which was allowed under the concept that, yes, the city needs more housing. Looks like both of those units now have become Airbnbs because there are these cute little signs over the doors with these cute little names like, you know, I don't know what they were, captain's quarters and that sort of thing. And the signs are in the parking spaces. So I think it's pretty safe to assume those are Airbnbs. To me, it's just negative. Councilor Gross knows I feel this way about it because I had communicated with him the last time he made a proposal. And I'm very encouraged to see how many people now are speaking against it. Because at the time, I mean, for the proposal, but against having too many Airbnbs. And at that time, only one other person and I spoke to support what Councilor Gross was recommending. All the other callers were for people who owned them and were making money. But we have to apply common sense here. We only have so many rental units. The more you take out to be Airbnbs, the less you have for people to live in. Everybody talks about a housing crisis. Let's help solve the housing crisis. Let's have more places available for people to live so you can have a community. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Beverly. Next up is Linda McCarriston. Linda, name and address, and you have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Can hear you.
You can. Okay. My name is Linda McCarriston, and I live at 16 Quarry Street. I am very happy with the work that Tony has done so far, exploring the pros and cons of different degrees of involvement with Airbnbs. I have something I would like to read. It's very short. Well, it's quite short. The situation in which I find myself is that I have several houses around me now, 4 residences have been recently built that are empty. They're empty much of the year. They are not Airbnbs. They're owned by people who want them to be there when they want them, but often they don't care to be there. And so in the wintertime particularly, this phenomenon of not having the lights come on in the neighborhood windows really has struck me. And I would like to, I wrote about it at something called Bayview, Gloucester, December 16th, 2021. No lights come on in kitchen windows of 2nd, 3rd, 4th homes on streets like mine near what I grew up calling the water. It took a while to see it, those rectangles of dark, which in a former time were signs lighted that supper would be ready soon, come home. I wonder where they are tonight, my ghosting neighbors, moth-like, alighting in a softer place, warmer with one another, who must, like family, gather at certain places, certain seasons, as if they were, coming home for the holidays. But no, the weather isn't pleasant here right now by the water. A raw wind thrashing the gray air, gulls curly cueing in it, down to something just under a granite block of pier, something dead or dying, edible. Thanks for your work. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Linda. Next person with their hand raised remotely is Val Nelson. Welcome, Val. Name and address, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Valerie Nelson, 7 Sunset Point Road, another Lanesville resident. And I also want to, on behalf of all of us out here, thank Tony Gross and the rest of the council for attending to this urgent issue. I really can't add to what Butch Roth said, and Linda McCarriston just wrote poetry about, and Sam Cleves spoke to. We definitely in Lanesville are seeing some pretty dramatic increases in the short-term rentals. And it is absolutely affecting the quality of our life out here, whether it's destroying the sense of neighborhood or compressing the amount of long-term rentals. What I specifically wanted to say was that I think out here we support multi-generational families. They're struggling with how to pay the bills. And, you know, if you live in your house 365 days a year, making a little extra bit of income, that's well within our wheelhouse. Our greatest concern is, and we would urge you to go strengthen further the outside investor category. There's something about that that really is troublesome. And when we had a meeting last week at the Lanesville Community Center, I think we really identified the problem. Lanesville, it could get a lot worse. We are now a magnet for whether it's Australian pension funds or Wall Street hedge funds or these real estate companies looking for how to make money out of real estate. Gloucester is on their radar screen. And I want to point out, somebody said like, oh yeah, $5,000 a week on my street. A week, $5,000 a week. You just have to do the financial calculations. We're still relatively under priced with our property values. You calculate, if you're an investor, how much $80,000 a year you can make off of what has been proposed here as 120 days. You know, we are a magnet, and the sense that we have not seen the last of it, that Lanesville could keep on this track. And you should see the ads about what a wonderful neighborhood we are. This is such an attractive, artistic, gritty, multicultural. We are on the radar screen for corporate outside, as I said, Australian pension funds. I urge
10
you
seconds.
to strengthen the prohibitions against corporate ownership in outside investor ownership. That is the greatest
No.
threat to the survival of.
5 seconds, Val.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think everyone has spoken that wanted to speak in favor, and now it's time for folks to speak in opposition. So if you could line up, that would be great. And first, Joel Favaza, name and address, and you have 3 minutes to speak to us.
Madam Chair, this is a public hearing, correct?
That is
Typically,
correct.
proponents and opponents are given equal time for initial presentation. The proponent was given 11 and a half minutes. I would like to be afforded 11 and a half minutes to speak on behalf of opposition if possible.
So I appreciate your request, but you didn't log it in as something that you needed to do beforehand. Let me just, because typically in our rules of procedure, it asks to let the clerk's office know that you want to do a presentation. So may I just pause for a second?
Sure.
Thank you. So This is discussing electronic presentations. Are you planning on doing that? Then, without objection, counselors, I will allow Joel to speak for up to 12 minutes. Duly
Thank you.
noted.
Um,
12 minutes. You spoke for 12?
I had 11:30 for being, but I was timing.
It's up to 15 typically if he had a presentation. So I'm just saying it should be consistent to yours without slides. So.
Absolutely. Madam Chair, if I may end up sharing with Attorney Fine. She has similar, again, no electronic presentation, just trying to get equal time for the opposition. So for the record, my name is Joel Favaza. I'm an attorney at Seaside Legal Solutions, and I'm here tonight to speak in opposition to the specific text that is before you. And at that, I would question, and I still am unclear, because if you followed through what was in your consent agenda a few weeks ago, you followed through what was in the O&A agenda previous, there was one ordinance, but in tonight's agenda, there are red line edits, and I'm unclear whether those have been formally put in, whether those are up for discussion, but those red line edits only take a troubling proposition and exacerbate it. At first, I thought they were put in to make sure this thing dies. I was like, oh, now they've made it so extreme that, like, no one can vote for this. But I don't want to take that chance. I will speak to those. So the aim has been stated as you're looking to preserve year-round rental units. You're looking to maybe restore some that have been converted over, which I assume is why the grandfather clause is now being limited to a 3-year run, and then that's out the window also. But restricting the use if you've proposed doesn't actually achieve that goal. Even at 120 nights, President Gross talked tonight about how that still lets someone rent all through the summer. So if you're still letting someone rent all through the summer, you have not restored or preserved any long-term rental units, right? You've just reduced the ability for residents who have one of these rental units to earn additional income. You've made it harder for tourists to visit Gloucester. You've reduced the amount of tourism revenue received by local businesses, retail shops, restaurants, et cetera. And you've reduced the amount of tourism revenue received by the city via room tax, meal tax, et cetera. And so now that you've depressed incoming tax revenue, now you have added some fees, so there's going to be some money coming to the operating budget there, but you've depressed tax revenue. You're creating the need for an additional employee. Just a few months ago, teachers, students, parents were begging you to find money to stave off the massive layoffs that were going to happen in the school department, and you couldn't even find money to save one part-time paraprofessional. And now, after reducing tax income, you're going to somehow put another full-time employee at the City Hall Annex Inspectional Services Department. So how many more teachers, paraprofessionals are going to be laid off to make sure we have the short-term rental czar going door to door and making sure that everyone's following these new rules you're putting in there? Heck, you have even better, in your minutes from a few months ago, you have Mike Hale saying the city didn't have the resources to paint white paint stripes in an existing no parking zone. If we can't afford to stripe no parking zones, how do we afford this new employee in this current budget? Going on, again, I think the aim here is, correct. I don't think anyone, opposition, people who are in favor, want to see BlackRock coming in and buying up single-family homes and turning this into a corporate community. But I fear the specific language you have proposed to try and address that is painting with too wide a brush. So for example, the prohibition on corporate ownership that you have in the red line, if a resident has a realty trust and a beneficial interest of the realty trust is a living trust, which is a very standard estate plan that you would have for a very typical family, that is prohibited to rent out short-term rentals based on the all beneficial interest must be a natural person language you have in your current ordinance. I also think you're treating all short-term rentals the same, and we have to be more pragmatic here. I don't care how many or how few nights you let someone out on Wingersheek Road or Long Beach or Eastern Point, et cetera, rent out short-term rentals. That is never going to be a place for most middle America to raise a family, right? We had people speaking in favor of this restriction. And again, I applaud them wanting to have their peace and quiet. But again, most people can't afford to live in Annisquam and raise a family there. So if you prevent people from doing short-term rentals in Annisquam, congratulations. You've taken money out of the city, but you've not put any families in Annisquam, right? Same thing with Niles Beach, Good Harbor Beach, et cetera. You're not going to get families able to live in Gloucester because you stop someone on Atlantic Road from renting out their 4,000 square foot house on the back shore. It's not going to work. I think the data collection thing is probably the best part of this ordinance. But again, why would you restrict before you have the data? If this ordinance says, hey, we're making everyone sign up, everyone get registered, everyone report, everyone pay their annual fee, and then in a year, 2 years, we're going to come back and see if we need to put some protocols in place to restrict the use of properties or the use of some subset of properties, that would make sense. But why would you put in these restrictions when you admittedly do not have the data you're seeking and that you would use to inform your restrictions? As I recall, when this last version of this ordinance was withdrawn, the public was told there was going to be studies and data collected before it came back. I spoke to Chamber of Commerce leadership. They say they were not invited to participate in providing that kind of data. I've spoken to people who run property management companies. They said they were not invited to participate. So I applaud that Housing for All was involved, and I hope that other entities were involved. But I don't know that you have all the information you need. And again, if you don't have the information you need, pass the data collection part, but don't pass the restriction part until you know what the data even says. The last thing I'll make, and I'll turn it over to Attorney Fine, is that again, if you really want to address this housing crisis, stop making it so hard to permit housing in this city. I make a living representing people trying to permit housing, and I make that living because it is so hard to build any housing in this city. I find it very funny, some people speaking in favor of this ordinance. I recognize them from almost every time I'm at this stand because they are speaking against whatever project I have trying to add housing to this city. And similarly, if you're trying to stop making single-family homes look so attractive to investors to rent out on short-term basis, stop making the short-term rental market so appealing. Bring in competition. Stop making it so hard to permit hotels and motels. Have you tried to permit a hotel or a motel recently? Nearly impossible. We have more hotel units. You may find less people looking to convert existing family-oriented houses to short-term rentals. I'll turn it over to Attorney Fine. Thank you.
Let's just pause. Grace, how much more time did Joel have for the 12 minutes? Okay, so we'll give you the 5.5. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Meredith Fine, 108 East Main Street, representing Atlantic Vacation Homes. First, can I ask in the wording under, where did these proposed amendments come from? The red lines that were in the packet?
So they're in the packet.
But who wrote them?
They're a member of the council. But this isn't questions,
Fair
so
enough.
continue.
I would also point out that in the definitions section, it just refers to auxiliary dwelling units, and I'm not sure if that was intended to say accessory dwelling units. But anyway, the first thing I want to say is that the building department, the police department, the health department already have all the authority they need to enforce all of the activities that this ordinance is addressing. If somebody's having a loud party, all you have to do is call 911. Second of all, the daily limits, the 120 days and the 180 days, are not based on any data, any facts, any rationale whatsoever. The amendments are even more restrictive than, much more restrictive on people's private property. This idea that you can restrict people to renting only one unit if they own more than one. Again, no basis for that, no facts, no research, no rationale. What's the basis for restricting people to short-term rentals for one unit? And the corporate ownership, you're painting with a very broad brush. As Attorney Favaza said, a lot of LLCs, a lot of trusts are for families. They're for estate planning purposes. If you would do some research about that, you would know that a lot of LLCs and trusts are perfectly benign. These are not out-of-state corporate vultures coming in to buy up our housing. And who's going to find out? One of the things in the amendment says that they have to, the city gets to know who actually owns these LLCs and trusts. Well, who's going to chase down that information? Who's going to do that research of the true ownership? And I would point out that the federal government recently passed something called the Corporate Transparency Act, requiring LLCs to disclose their actual owners, and a federal court has ruled that that's an unconstitutional infringement on people's freedom of association. And the other constitutional issue that's implicated here is that under certain circumstances, you can't treat residents and non-residents differently. The fundamental issue here is a land use issue. Is this a commercial use in a residential zone? Well, what you're going to have is on one side of the street, a property that is a short-term rental and is considered by the city commercial. And then on the other side of the street, somebody renting for 31 days, and that's not considered a commercial use. That is not a coherent land use policy. As I stand here tonight, I still do not understand what problem you're trying to solve and how this ordinance solves it. If this is a housing issue, I respectfully suggest that it belongs in P&D and the Planning Board and should be in the Gloucester zoning ordinance, because that's what we've been told. This is about housing, and that issue belongs with the experts in housing. And if it's not a housing issue, why are we here? So I respectfully ask that the council send this ordinance to P&D. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Who else would like to speak in opposition to this ordinance? Come on up and introduce yourself, name and address, and you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Michelle Williams, 53 Concord Street. I'm the general manager of Atlantic Vacation Homes and also the chair of the board of the Vacation Rental Management Association, the international trade group for professional short-term rental managers. In that role, I'm witness to active policy and regulatory compliance conversations around the country. I fully support fair, reasonable, and enforceable regulations that respect property rights. Unfortunately, this ordinance does not meet those criteria. Regulations that are redundant to other laws already on the books, that are difficult to effectively enforce, and that are based on anecdotal evidence and newspaper articles instead of local research and data do more harm than good. I would argue that this ordinance in front of us today is all three. In my association work, I have seen firsthand how well-meaning but poorly planned regulations can negatively impact local economies. When looking at this issue nationally, it is clear that a one-size-fits-all framework is not possible. Measures created in the context of cities like New York, Myrtle Beach, or even Boston are not necessarily appropriate for markets such as Gloucester. I urge the City Council to undertake the appropriate research here in Gloucester before committing to regulations that may actually be a hindrance to the common good. Before putting limits on vacation rentals, we should seek to understand their actual impact on local tax revenues, tourism, jobs, and housing. What is the full amount of direct and indirect tax revenue generated from short-term rentals? The average length of stay in a vacation rental is a week, much longer than hotels, and this generates lodging taxes, but also sales taxes and meals taxes. This is in addition to the property taxes already collected from homeowners. What is Gloucester's plan to replace those funds if short-term rentals are severely restricted or regulated out of business? Let's quantify the positive impact on local tourism. A significant share of visitors to Gloucester stay in vacation rentals and have done so for well over 100 years, probably a lot more. Gloucester is a family-friendly destination, and vacation rentals make it possible for visitors to come with their extended families. They can cook a meal, do laundry, spend quality time together in a way that they can't do in a hotel. But fewer families will come here if available lodging options don't meet their needs. Next is local job creation. The operation of vacation rentals takes a village, from housekeeping to maintenance, landscaping, accounting, marketing, and more. What is the impact of those jobs going away? Less overall visitation to the city will negatively impact staffing at local restaurants, shops, beaches, museums, and other attractions. And then who exactly owns the properties being rented as short-term, which people have been discussing? Based on our
10
experience.
seconds.
It's families, it's individuals, LLCs have already been brought up, and it's not corporations taking over the market here. So again, I urge you to please invest in some data collection before making regulations. Thank you.
Carol, you're next. Name and address, and you have 3 minutes.
Right. Hi, everyone. I'm Carol Sharoff. I'm the founder and owner of Atlantic Vacation Homes, AVH Realty, Inc. We are a full-service real estate agency located at 4 Old County Road in Gloucester. And I've been creating, doing, enjoying 40 years or more of handling rentals for families, especially in Gloucester, but all of Cape Ann. I found my path to when I had a vintage shop in Lanesville, where I lived for 25 years. And I had people came in and they asked where they could rent a house. And that came from, from my entrepreneurial spirit. I listened to what people said and asked and created a couple of rentals here and there as I got my real estate license and became a broker. And my business grew. I joined the chamber. I had a fax machine. I got a fax every Friday from Kay at the chamber. And from that, I sent out brochures. I went to photographics. I made copies of photographs and stuck them on listing sheets that I typed. I had a copier that did 1 sheet at a time. I had a baby and a husband, and I worked my tail off day and night and week after week, and no vacations. I worked and worked to grow this business. There are other people in this room who have the same entrepreneurial spirit and maybe even a little more successful than I've been. But I tell you this because I want you to know who I am. I've lived in Gloucester for 51 years, and that is most of my life. I've rented houses for people in this room, or their parents, or maybe even their grandparents, or maybe their children. But I've been a part of this community in the chamber, the Gloucester Rotary Club, I'm on the Board of Action. I was awarded last night, along with Sunny, thank you, Val, for the Women's Equality Award. It meant so much to me, the whole spirit of diversity, inclusion, equity, and that happens in vacation rentals too. And creating an ordinance that keeps people out is really something that I don't have a lot of tolerance for. I think that there should be some regulation. I don't think anyone disagrees. But to have an ordinance put forth without conversation with the experts in the industry, and not just me and Michelle, and there are others in the world here besides us that do this, it's very scary. I mean, in Gloucester, there's always been rentals. We have a beautiful beach. We're a beautiful place. People come here for their vacations. And then it got sort of changed because with the advent of the internet.
You're at time.
10 seconds. So I just, 2 seconds of schooling. Oh, my time is up? Okay, I'll stop.
Thank you, Carol. State your point, your procedural point.
Testing. Okay, I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules. Ms. Sheriff represents, I believe, 100 residents in our community, and her perspective could be helpful to limit those 100 people through her to 3 minutes. I think there's value in us getting a little bit more, even if it were another 3 minutes to hear that perspective. So if I put the motion on the table to suspend the rules to allow Ms. Sheriff another 3 minutes.
And it's not a point of order. It's a rules of procedure. So I don't believe that that is the right thing to do. So
I'm sorry, I can
let's
make a
move on.
motion to suspend the rules. That's what I like to do. I just did. Does anybody want a second?
You made
that?
a motion to a point of order, which was a procedural issue. So your motion is to suspend the rules of procedure to allow her. Okay, is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Dylan. Discussion on the motion. Oh, Frank. Counsel Worthy, it's your motion. You have the floor.
Thank you. I do appreciate people saying we want to be fair and only allow the same amount of time for each side. But where Ms. Sheriff represents, I think 100, I'm sorry if I've misquoted that number, but 100 residents, I would think we should afford her the opportunity to speak for 3 more minutes.
Anyone like to speak on this motion? Counsel Grow.
I appreciate your sentiment, but I think if we're going to suspend the rules for someone who might represent a certain constituency, they had an opportunity to put together a presentation of 15 minutes in opposition. That wasn't done. Ms. Sheriff has had her 3 minutes. Mr. Favaza has had his, and Meredith Fine have had their 15 minutes or 12 minutes. I think if we're going to stay true to our rules, we stay true to our rules.
Anyone else like to speak on the motion? Seeing none, let's do a roll call. Dylan?
Yes.
So you would like to suspend the rules? Okay. Counsel Majota? Yes. Exempt? Okay. Counsel Memard?
Yes.
Say it in the microphone.
Yes.
Counsel Worthley?
Yes.
Counsel Grace?
Yes.
Counsel Grow?
No.
Counsel Gilman? No. The motion passes 6 in favor, 2 opposed. No, five in favor, 2 opposed, 1 abstain, and 1 absent. So Carol, you have the floor. Come on back, and is 2 more minutes fair for you to complete what you wanted to say?
Thank you. That's very generous, and I
Go ahead.
appreciate that. I mean, I think it's really important that people understand how much depth is in this industry. It's a new industry, the vacation rental industry and the short-term rental industry, and it can't be answered for Gloucester by a couple of clips from the New York Times or some peripheral research. There's organizations and educational groups that know how to put data together and can come to Gloucester, can work with us, or maybe they even are here. But let's get the facts together, and then let's propose some kind of an ordinance that can help. I also want to school everyone, and this is what I was going to say, that Airbnb is not a thing. It's a service. It's an OTA, which is an online travel agency. You want to rent your house, you list your house on the travel agency, on the OTA, whether it's Airbnb or Vrbo or Booking.com. And so when you're going to rent your home as a short-term rental, it's a short-term rental. It's not an Airbnb because that doesn't exist. So that's my schooling. So I really just wanted to say that I've been living in Gloucester for a long time. My husband, as you know, was on the city council, Bill Ponbiel from Ward 5. We've put a lot into this community. We've not taken much back. And I won't let headline research destroy what has taken not only me, but others so long to build. It's destroying the livelihood of a citizen, of other people in the community who have worked hard to make their homes profitable for them so they can stay here and enjoy Gloucester and Cape Ann, is where I'm at right now. I'm finding this whole process very scary personally and very offensive because, as was said, I was not asked to participate in creating this. And I think between the skills that I bring to Gloucester and on this subject, that not just me, but we can help to make it a really successful ordinance that will really help grow and be profitable for Gloucester. So thank you so much for letting me come back and speak.
Carol, who else would like to speak in opposition? Anyone else in this room? Naomi, name and address, and you have 3 minutes to speak.
My name's Naomi Stoneberg, and I live at 3 Beach Road, and I've owned the house for 44 years.
The house next door to us at One Beach Road was owned by the same family since it was moved on a barge to that location between 1880 and 1895. It's always been rented for the summer, well before VRBO and Airbnb. The owner would visit in June and September. The owner died and the property was taken over by a relative who lived locally. He was a minister and was unable to keep up with the maintenance and other responsibilities. After an appraisal, we purchased the property from him 13 years ago and created a partnership for our 3 daughters to ensure that the property would stay in our family. We live next door, we maintain the house, and are always available for our renters. The house is an old house and requires constant attention. Most of our renters are returned multi-generational families. We have, I think, 8 families who come back every year, grandparents, kids, and now more grandchildren. And the weeks that we don't rent, we went through VRBO, which is on a very limited basis. One of the arguments for this proposal is that the rental could be a detriment to the community and the property could be used by long-term renters or owners. That's not possible. Our house does not have winter water and could not be used as a long-term rental. This also applies to the house across the street, where the owner just died and his son is trying to maintain the property just for the summer. It means a lot. It's very meaningful to have these homes. They don't want to, this son doesn't want to have to give up the home. Our maintenance of the house enhances the neighborhood. It's an icon across the street from the footbridge at Good Harbor Beach. We do not make money on these rentals. I want to make that very clear. Our net loss each year is around $25,000. Our total taxes on this summer house are $21,431 per year, or an average of $238 for the city per day for each summer rental. Remember, there's property taxes plus an additional 9% tax. We work very hard to maintain the property and ensure that the guests behave properly. We have a long lease, which we would be glad to share with the city council and other renters. We vet each family. We make sure to keep the number of occupants down. We do not permit parties. We do not permit pets. We have never had a problem. We have a parking pad for 6 cars, but we only let the renters use 6 spaces. In short, this property is not suitable for long-term rental. It's well-run, and we don't think that there's any more requirements to get the city involved.
Anyone else like to speak in opposition that's in the room? Name and address, and you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lisa Mobilia. I live at 13 Middle Street. I've written a few emails to all of you. A couple of things about the rentals that you're not taking into consideration, I think. And I have one, and I live in my house. I had 2 people this summer that came here as kids, and they come back with their kids. They love Gloucester, just like everybody else does. I have not had anyone use my grill this summer, and I'm there every day. The grill, which means they're going out, they're doing takeout, they're going to restaurants, they're generating income. And that's what this city needs. You need the income, and you're not thinking about all you're taking away. I have someone, the 120 days. I have most of this fall rented out, along with the summer. People are coming at Thanksgiving because they have family here, and they're coming back for Thanksgiving, and they need a place to stay. And you need to take all this into consideration. You folks are putting the cart before the horse here. I mean, there's just so many things you're not thinking about here. You don't even know how many rentals you have. Never mind putting in, rules and regulations. And this isn't California. This isn't Nantucket. I mean, you need people to look at Gloucester. And you need to think about the people that are older and are doing this so that they can stay in their house. Maybe they need to rent it out more than 120 days, because now you're going to start displacing the people who live in this community, people that maybe grew up in this community. And no one's thinking about that. I agree, you know, well, I don't know if I agree. I mean, maybe you need to find out how many people are investors and how many people are just homeowners, but people use this, and as this woman just said, I don't make a lot of money at it. I had to pay this year. So, you know, you just need to put more effort into this before you start making a lot more rules. Thank you.
Anyone else in the room like to speak in opposition? One up, introduce yourself, name and address, and you have 3 minutes to speak to our council. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Gabby Keogh. I'm a resident of downtown Gloucester, but I actually didn't start out that way. I was born and raised in New York City, in Brooklyn. My husband, though, he actually grew up in Lanesville. He's part of multi-generations that have been here. And I just wanted to say that it's not just vacationers and partiers and out-of-staters who benefit from the Airbnbs and from short-term rentals, but also the long-term members of community here in Gloucester and multi-generational families for sure. I know that my husband stayed here and grew up in Lanesville his whole life until college. And then, like many young people, he was drawn to cities and the opportunities that they provided. And I'm grateful for that because that's how I met him. But after we graduated college, he probably thought of coming back here. We had looked at some pricing and it wasn't really affordable for us. And so he was actually able to find, we were both able to find more affordable housing and more opportunities for housing in New York City. When the pandemic struck and we no longer wanted to be in New York City and he wanted to be closer to his family here in Gloucester, we had looked at many different opportunities in not just the Gloucester and Cape Ann area, but anything that was affordable in Massachusetts. We looked at Lynn, we looked at Saugus, we were looking at East Boston, and those were the only things that maybe had a few options that were remotely in our price range. And so what we were able to do is we found, and I'm glad that there's representation here from Atlantic Vacation Homes. Atlantic Vacation Homes was amazing for us. It allowed us to stay close to his family and to do winter rentals, which were very much more affordable for us. But it really gave us time in the community, time participating in the community, time investing in local businesses and restaurants, and learning what life could be like here as young adults in Gloucester. And we fell in love with it. We had a beautiful property in Rockport. We had a beautiful property in Annisquam. And we fell in love with it so much that we wanted to stay and hopefully grow our family here one day. We got married in Gloucester in November 2021, right at Our Lady of Good Voyage. And now we've been lucky enough to stay for a few years now, but it really is the short-term rentals that made all that possible. So I just wanted to thank you and ask that you take that under advisement.
Gabby. Anyone else in the room like to speak in opposition? Gabby. Seeing none, let's go to Zoom, and we have two folks. Marianne Boucher has her hand raised. Marianne, welcome, and name and address. You have 3 minutes to talk to us.
Thank you, Val. Marianne Boucher, 93 Mount Pleasant Avenue. First of all, when I spoke at the MBTA 3A meeting the other night, I misspoke. I said that I owned a vacation rental for 14 years. And in fact, I've owned it since 2004, so it was nearly 20 years. I bought the property in 2004. By 2005, in April, I was renting with Atlantic Vacation Homes. Carol Sharaff and her company were great. I learned a lot from them. But I think now, 19 years later, and have learned a lot about vacation rentals, that Gloucester is sending a very mixed message. Our harbor master was appointed earlier, and he said, he would like to see this become a destination port or destination area. That is fantastic. I rented from April right through to January. September, people from out of the country on holiday. October, coming from Salem coming to go to Salem. Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's. I was busy all of the time. I think that when I did speak the other night, I was representing that we do need more data in regards to in regards to how many people actually have vacation rentals in our city. How many have one? How many have multiple? How many units do they have together? I think we need to look at the investors. I think we need to, we really need to do more research. But more importantly, I think we are sending a mixed message. We want to bring the people to Gloucester. We want them to come. We want them to spend their money. Yet we don't want to open our gates to everybody. Because it's becoming too congested with all the development that we have, with all of the vacation rentals that we had. And the other night I said, when I started with Carol back in 2004, I think there were maybe 55 homes in all of Cape Ann, and now there's just too many to count. How many are registered? We don't know. So I think that we need to do a lot more work. And I think, thank you, Tony, very much for all you have done. But I do think that we need
10
to
seconds.
do more work before that we can put an ordinance through. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mary Ann. We now have Mona, who has her hand raised. Mona, would you introduce yourself and your street? And you have 3 minutes to speak to us.
Yes, my name is Mona Zeftel, and my husband and I own a summer house at 27 Rockport Road near Long Beach. We live in Arlington, Massachusetts, which is an hour's drive away. Arlington also has a housing problem, and Arlington passed a law for increasing zoning for multifamily housing to address this problem. I inherited our summer house from my parents about 17 years ago, after they had owned it for over 20 years before that. The house was originally built in 1920 as a summer cottage. Because the house is so old, we have constant repairs and upkeep. We rent out the house on a weekly basis for the months of July and August and use it in the shoulder months of May and June, then again in September and October. The rentals pay for the upkeep of the house and property taxes, which are higher because the house is not our primary residence. We also don't make money on the house. It's really just to cover expenses. And this summer house is not winterized. It could not be used as a full-time house. It has no heat or insulation, no basement, so a furnace could not be added, and the house sits on pilings in the sand. We must close up the house each October, shut off the water so the pipes which are under the house don't freeze, and then we can open again sometime in May, depending on the outside temperature. The only way this summer house could be used for year-round rental housing or regular housing would be if it was torn down and someone rebuilt a new house on the site. We're both retired now and must keep track of our expenses and budgets. I really love being in Gloucester in the months when the house is not rented and would love to be there all the time, but it's not something we could afford. Gloucester is a wonderful community, and I would love to continue to be part of it.
Thank you, Mona. Last call for anyone that would like to speak in opposition. Seeing none, next part of the public hearing is rebuttals. And we will start with the proponent that is speaking in favor, and that will be Tony. And if you could time Tony, he has 3 minutes, and then we'll allow the opposition to do the same.
All right, for the record, there's, on the state registry, 467 registered short-term rentals with the state. I would just like to point out that on Main Street alone, 21, and you know that those are not standalone homes, those are apartments that once existed. Langsford Street in Lanesville has 7, and it's a 0.6 of a mile. So that's just, you know, there is data out there. It has been collected. This was not created in a vacuum, despite what's been said. You know, there was nobody stopping the industry from doing a study. I have no access to money to do the study, so asking me was probably not the best maneuver, because I don't have any budget to do that. And also I never said that I would do a study, despite what was said earlier this evening. I did meet with the chamber, and Meredith Fine is absolutely correct. These are commercial enterprises in residential neighborhoods that are going to need to be dealt with in zoning, because there have been a couple of recent court rulings against short-term rentals in residential neighborhoods that we need in order to get into compliance to protect our short-term rentals. I'm really kind of amazed the industry didn't really try to push some of this forward itself. You know, we did not create this in a vacuum. And I did get one of those economic studies from Atlantic Vacation Homes, and I'd just like to say how they talk about the local workforce in it. It says, based on the data from the US Census Bureau, more than 88% of workers in Big Bear Lake are not residents. So 45% live less than 10 miles, and 26% live greater than 50 miles. I mean, you can't tell me that there's, you know, and this was provided to me by Atlantic Vacation Homes as an example of the type of study to be done. Now, it just, you know, there will be data collected. It's in the record keeping, and it is, if I need to spell it out again, it's to about the number of months the operator has resided in the residential unit, the records, the number of guests, and the number of days per year that the residence was offered as a short-term rental. I've never referred to these as Airbnbs. Airbnb is a platform, but I have gotten 4 letters from Vacasa trying to get me to rent out my house as a short-term rental. There is, you know, and that's let alone the letters that we get. There was a lot more to cover on this, and hopefully I can do it through questions and answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. And now we have the rebuttal for the opposition. Joel, name and address, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. Joel Favaza, Seaside Legal Solutions, 123 Main Street. Again, to reiterate, I don't think that the concept of regulating this is wrong. I think the specific language before you is not ready. I think that the main proponent, President Gross, spoke about it. I think people speaking in favor spoke about it, this need to collect data. And so I would humbly suggest that perhaps there is an amendment today that would strip out the restrictions on these rentals prior to the collection of data, but instead, put into place this fee collection, this registration system, generate the funds perhaps needed to do further studies, or just generate the data in total. It's like saying, hey, we don't really know what's going on this street. We're going to do a traffic study, but first we're going to put all the speed bumps in. Well, why are you putting the speed bumps in first? You just said you don't know what the traffic is on this street. Study the traffic, and then if it turns out, yeah, you need speed bumps, put the speed bumps in. You would never do it in that order for anything else. I don't know why you would do it in that order here, where you put the restrictions in before the data was collected. And again, one of the few things we all seem to agree on here, I shouldn't say few, there are several things we all agree on, is that there needs to be data collection. So I would just urge the council to consider not restricting anything until that data has been collected. But if there's an ordinance to be passed this evening, it would be the ordinance to get the registration system in place, the fee system in place, and the enforcement mechanisms in place, and let the data speak to you before you speak about the restrictions you want to place on these units. Thank you.
Thank you, Joel. Next part of the public hearing is communications. Madam Clerk, are there any communications to be read into the record? And may the public be reminded that that information was received 72 hours prior to the date and time of the advertised public hearing.
The council was in receipt of a communication from Attorney Meredith Fine that was distributed to all of you on Thursday, last Thursday.
And may everyone else know that any letters that have come in, we've read, both in favor or in opposition. So now it's time for questions by counselors to either side or to city administration. I think at this point, we should limit each person to 2 minutes, first time around for counselors. And then after that, we can do another round, maybe with 1 minute. We should probably do it in roll call vote, but I will go at the end in fairness because I am moderating this. So who is after me? Grace, in the alphabetical order. Marjorie. So the floor is yours for questions. I can't call on Tony, he just said that. Be transparent, I want everybody to hear.
Hear me? Hello, great. I am going to defer to the second round because I need to put some thoughts together.
Okay. Jason is next for questions.
I don't actually have any questions on the initial round. Might have some clarifications on the proposed amendments.
Okay. We're going to pass on with Jason. Frank?
I guess my question is more in general. I want to thank everyone who participated in being here, making time in their schedules, and those who are participating. One of the callers made a very good, sort of brought something to my attention where they don't have the ability to live in their home in the winter and only be able to sort of rent the home out in the summertime. And those are the questions I'm sort of asking in, you know, how many rental properties have a situation that they're in, and what could that mean to the homeowner? I guess my question, as I said, in general, not towards you or just anyone. I don't think there's an answer to my question. I'll just defer to the second round.
Okay. So who's next? Councilmember, I'm struggling with the alphabet because I'm trying to think on my feet.
Is that audible, but not too audible? Yeah. I would just ask, our building inspector, Robert Vicari, is here. I know he's stayed with us this evening, but if you mind coming up, I would just like to have a perspective from the city's enforcement perspective on what complaints you get or your office receives and what your range of options and response are to specific people coping with perceived and described challenges of short-term rentals in their neighborhood or with their neighbors and abutters.
So usually the only complaints we usually get is that someone may be renting something that's not legally used. Just because you have a kitchen doesn't make it a legal apartment, doesn't mean you can legally rent it. That's generally the only complaints we get. We don't get the noise complaints. They usually go to the police department, so we don't get those. And unless you're doing something damage, we don't get that many complaints from that. That's the only thing we get is the illegal rentals.
If I can, just by way of follow-up, in the circumstance where someone's complained about people receiving revenue from a unit within their home or under their control that is not registered as a legal rental unit, what is your course of action and what are the consequences or enforcement?
We usually enforce the fact that they would either, depending on their zone, may have to go in front of the zoning board to make it legal, or if they're in a zone that can be done by right, they have to get a permit, and then we'll do an inspection to make sure it's properly done.
Thank you. No other questions at this time?
Council Worthley.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I'd love to thank everybody and show appreciation, but I know this is just the question period. So we've learned a lot tonight. One thing we haven't heard yet, and I appreciate that the building inspector is here. I see our city attorney here. I don't know if we've heard from the mayor's office, at least positionally, where he stands on this, where they stand on this, because I think that would give us some good input. I appreciate that we have support from the administration for this regulation, but I'd like to know where they stand in general. Do we have someone from the administration, either here or online, that would be willing to share their opinion with us on that?
I don't believe anybody here is from administration unless, Suzanne, you want to take it? No. Okay.
So could we
Continue.
put that as a question to get at some point? The question? Sure.
Okay, I will let, without objection, I will let Council President respond. Any objections? No.
They don't have a role in this. This is our legislative business, and they, by charter, are not allowed to interfere in this. So they don't have a role, so I don't quite understand the question. They may have opinions, but they have no role, because
If you'd like, I'll help you understand the question, if you'd like me to respond back to that. They certainly have a role in administering it, right? There is the philosophical role as, the mayor represents everybody in the city, just as all the at-large councilors do and the ward councilors collectively do. So there'd be value in that. They have certainly shared their opinion on changes to our ordinances and zoning that we've put forward. I've had the mayor's support and oppose legislation, and we have voted for it. So I think more in terms of a give and take, there'd be value in hearing their
What I
position.
can tell you is that they have pushed it forward to the building department, to the inspectional services department, to the health department. They have so they have facilitated the passage, not necessarily adoption of it, but as it flowed through the departments that would be affected.
What I've sensed is there's been cooperation in moving this forward. I just wanted to,
Not necessarily the adoption, but getting it
Administrative,
to
yes.
the point that we are today, yes.
that's helpful. I think the question about data is valuable, and I'm not necessarily talking about a full,
Counselor, take 30 seconds, and then we have to continue because you're over your 2 minutes.
I asked one question that took 10 seconds, and I'm over my 2 minutes?
I just got the report, and we're trying to be fair. So you can continue for 30 seconds on your next question.
Wait, so Councilor Gross's answer to my question counted as my time too?
She was just counting the time that you were talking.
Seriously?
Oh, okay. She wasn't doing that, so you may continue. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. I did have a train of thought, hold on. Oh, so the question on data, we're not going to do a full market analysis. I think that it becomes a very involved project, but I think there is value in understanding a few things. Do we have a sense of how many numbers of short-term rentals that are currently operating would become long-term rentals? And this information about winterized homes is a different factor I hadn't thought of as we've been thinking through this. That would mean none of those would be long-term rentals. So what would be the outcome if we were to pass something and say, okay, we suspect that this will create X number of additional long-term rentals? Do we have that information, and can we get that information?
Not without, as you said, quite extensive market study and how people use their properties within the zoning and the regulatory structure is how they use their properties. Whether they determine they want to just shutter them or use them as winter rentals, or whether or not it's, the purpose of the grandfathering clause that got put in was to slow down the investor movement that we've all witnessed to where, it's become part of people's portfolios because real estate exploded, COVID and post-COVID. And so very attractive place to put your money that is a guaranteed, return on investment is going to be much higher. So I think it's almost impossible to be able to get that without this going through. And, if we find that it's, you have to start. And without starting, you don't get this information.
I do wonder, though, if we could say, if we know there's 467 units that exist now, how many of those, and I think the assessor's office with a couple of clicks could tell us if all of them are, year-round, or in terms of winterization, or half of them are, then we'd know what that potential number would be. But that's just information I think we could get. The last question I have for this round is...
That number 467 is what has registered. We don't know what is not registered.
Of the ones that we do know, we could get that data potentially from the assessor's office on winterized property. My last question, if I may, is on the grandfathering. I appreciate that this has a grandfathering clause in it. Could you articulate that a little more so it can be helpful if I don't own an Airbnb? But if I own an Airbnb right now, and I make sure I get this right, and I register with the state and register with the city of Gloucester by April 1st, I think it is, after this passes, or if it passes, then I have to be responsible for all the regulatory things. I need a smoke detector, I need an egress, I need those things, but I'm not subject to the limitations of the 120 days or the 90 days or whatever it may be. Can you just elucidate on that for me a little bit?
As
Please.
it is written, that is correct. You would be exempt from the 120 days and the 6-month period for existing. This is about preservation. There's no illusions that all of a sudden people are going to, sell their home, and that, let's not forget that every home that is taken out of the inventory increases the house price of the next home. So, as these are bought up for short-term rental, whether they're a standalone home or they're a multifamily or two-family, and one unit is a short-term rental, those are units that are taken out of inventory, which we are grossly I want to say undervalued, but our census on them is extremely low, as anybody can tell you, as we all know and we hear about every single day. So that's the reason is preservation here. We've heard
on the grandfathering, though.
the grandfathering. You said it correctly. I said they're exempt, and that's like I said, this was about preservation, not about punishing people who had made financial decisions prior before we pass this.
Thank you. Dylan, and you are timed on the time that you're asking the question, not on the time of the response.
It's
I
okay.
should have been more clear before. Thank
You're doing a good job, and I appreciate it. So one of my questions is, you talk about data-driven, and you said there's 40-something registered units. We don't know how many unregistered units there are. With this ordinance, we're going to now know how many units are unregistered. Is that correct?
Not unless we go out and knock on their doors. We're not, they by law right now have to register with the state, and there's 467, not 40. And they have to register with the state, and if they don't, then they're not a legal, they're not Airbnbs. They are short-term rentals. Airbnb is just a platform that facilitates renting short-term rentals.
And what I meant to say is 400 and something. Did I say 40? My apologies. But for those that are unregistered, there would be a penalty, correct? If they don't register, like looking at penalties.
They would have to be caught, but I would think that they'd be given the opportunity to register. I don't think the building inspector is going to shut them down.
Okay.
You can ask him.
Or no?
Thank you.
So unfortunately, yes, I would shut them down. because the rules are the rules, and it doesn't matter what rule it is, because I don't make the rules, I'm just the man that has to enforce them. So if I let that go for that, then I'd have to let something else go that's against the rules. So if those are the rules, you get caught, you get caught.
Thank you. So with the, am I allowed to ask questions from the audience as well?
Yes, you are.
Okay, just because I know there was
As
debate
long as
about
it's
this and
within
I'm
your 2 minutes.
still green, so just make sure. You spoke, and I thought you articulated very well, and you speaking about the examples of Nantucket and how communities are seeing basically, they're being erased. Can you elaborate a little more what you mean by that and what your fear is?
Dylan?
Yeah.
You're actually only allowed to talk to the people that were doing the presentation.
Oh, okay, okay.
Sorry. I'm
okay.
sorry, Butch. You
No, no. Yeah,
Okay.
no, it's okay, okay. 'Cause I thought maybe, okay.
Okay.
Then that's fine.
Okay.
Okay.
Great. Is that it for your 2 minutes? Okay, great. All right, so it's my turn. So I have probably 10 or 20 questions from all my preparation. But my first question is, I understand this is O&A, this is ordinance and administration. But was there a reason why we wouldn't have asked planning board to weigh in on this? Because they are experts in housing issues. Suzanne, would you answer that? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Gilman. The planning, this ordinance is a general ordinance and it's not a zoning ordinance. So this is just regulating an industry. It's not regulating land use. When you want to start regulating land use with regard to where short-term rentals can be located within the city, then that becomes a planning board issue. But when you're regulating an industry, as you're authorized to do under the general law, chapter 64G, that's ordinance and administration.
So as a follow-up, when people are talking about 3A and want to make sure that this component, Airbnbs are not part of 3A, that would have to be, that would be a zoning matter and not something that we would need to put into this document as an amendment, correct?
Exactly.
Okay, thank you. That was my first question. The letter that we got from Donna Crocker on the, no, but we can still talk about it. So her question was about a 3% community impact fee. No, actually, she was where she lives. She has a home in Napa, and quarterly, she must report to the county and pay a rental tax, which is her number of days in quarter, number of rental days, gross income, expenses, and the net income is then taxed and paid to the county. And there's one person in Napa that has a job, which I know we understand how expensive it is, to monitor the short-term websites to make sure that the postings are all licensed and paying their taxes. So I guess my question is, are we allowed to do that in Massachusetts? I'd never heard of that, but it just seemed like it was, that would be in addition to the 3%. My time is up, but I've asked Tony to answer the question.
That, as we all know, California has a totally different tax structure than we do. And here, just like your car excise tax, this is an excise tax in Mass General Law 64G or Mass General Law 337. It tells you about the excise tax that is on there, and it is a 5.75 excise tax on what the renter, the bill the renter pays, and it is, and then that's for the state. The state takes that, and the same as hotels. The state takes that on hotels and lodging houses also, 5.75. On hotels, there's an additional 6% that comes to the city. On short-term rentals, it's 3%, And they've recently increased that to where we, the city council, could vote to go to 6%. We could double our income with a single vote on short-term rentals. So, and I, you know, and this ordinance is self-funded. So, but the tax structure, you didn't ask that question. The tax structure is different in California. And here the state collects it and then puts it back in our cherry sheet.
Thank you. Now we're going to do another round because my time is up. So we're going to go back to Councilor Grace. This time you're going to have 1 minute to ask questions. You need
Would
to
this
ask
be the appropriate time if I wanted to suggest another amendment?
Not
Okay.
yet.
All right.
Haven't done the committee report and all that. So.
Okay. Most of my questions that are rolling around in my head are being answered as we go along. And as with Dylan, I'm green with this, and I am still learning this whole process and how to you know, filter all of this through my tired brain. So I do have something that I want to say, but it's in regard to amendment.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Grow.
I have, I want to ask two questions, one Mr. Vakari and also one Ms. Egan. The questions are this basically. Can you explain whether or not the fee structure that's been established in this ordinance would be sufficient to staff a position that would be responsible for the inspections and all the the registration and all the things that go into that?
Yeah, so my department, I think I'd have enough, I don't know if I have enough of staff or not, depending on how many registrations we get, plus the inspections. The other thing that I don't know if a lot of people don't realize is I have a new code that comes down in January. One of the major issues with the new code is all short-term rentals are going to require an annual safety inspection, regardless if this thing passes or not. I have no choice, so.
Okay. And our current registration doesn't have any fees for you to cover those costs?
I haven't quite done all the math. It's not quite all there yet. I don't think I'll have enough money from just the registrations. With the registrations and this annual inspection, I may have enough money coming in to actually have a staff member.
Thank you. And then Suzanne, because this was brought up in the discussions, it's a little premature because it's part of a proposed amendment, but can you address the issue of corporate ownership and what that means in terms of separating that out from LLCs or family trusts or things like that?
Yes, I can. So under Chapter 64G, the city has the authority to regulate operators who can be an operator of the short-term rentals. A number of communities in the Commonwealth have adopted regulations for short-term rentals that limit those owners as corporations. And a part of when towns adopt bylaws, the Attorney General has to review those bylaws. And so they review the different provisions to see if those are allowed. All right. Oh, there we go. So the Attorney General's office has ruled that limiting corporations from holding short-term rentals is an appropriate use of our authority under 64G. And additionally, what your ordinance requires is that people to self-report, right? So one of the things we do when we regulate, the burden is on the person or the entity regulating. We assume they're going to comply. We assume when we write something and say only certain people can do this, they're going to self-report and comply. And that's really what the regulation requires.
So based on the Attorney General's response, would a trust that a family trust be considered a corporation, or would that be considered an entity that would be allowed to own a property?
So a corporation is different than a trust. A corporation is different than an LLC. A corporation is something that's defined by the law and is separate and distinct from any of those form of ownership. And I believe this ordinance addresses that.
Thank you.
Councilor Memard. Oh, Councilor Majota. Again, my alphabet problem.
No questions.
Now, Councilor Memard.
The comment that Councilor Gross just made regarding the various levies that are currently in place for short-term rentals, the state of Massachusetts is at 5.75%. And then we, as a city of Gloucester, 4 years ago adopted under Councilor Melissa Cox's leadership to opt into the 3% local levy, which again, the state collects for us and then distributes. And you just indicated that due to a change in the state law, that tax option that Gloucester could adopt has been is available to be increased from 3% to 6%?
Yes, that's what I've been informed with from our CFO, who would welcome that, but, big surprise. But also, yes, yes, your answer is correct. We can raise it to 6%.
And then I would just like to make the additional observation that's related to that it was the intention of the Budget and Finance Committee and the council when we adopted this, and it's been followed through on and reinforced by the current administration, that our short-term rental tax income is a dedicated revenue stream for affordable housing in Gloucester.
That has been the case with the Verga administration. They have done that. And by law, we have to put at least 30% of that into an affordable housing trust by law.
Just going back again to talking about economic impacts and finance streams in terms of what the city of Gloucester is able to do to address the range of complex housing issues that's before us. And there is a mechanism here for specifically dedicating revenue from short-term rental income within the city of Gloucester to address affordable housing in the city of Gloucester. Thank you.
Councilor Grow, you have a question? Oh. Oh, so we're going backwards. Okay. So go ahead, Councilor Grow. You may re-ask your question to have Councilor Gross answer.
Oh, right, thank you, yeah. The question was, are the fees that have been defined in the ordinance enough to pay for an inspectional service person to take care of the registration, inspections, and whatnot that needs to be done?
Quick math, using the medium of $150 for the 467, that's $70,000, and then there'll also be an application fee. So I think that the income stream will be well above $100,000 on this, just so that everybody knows this.
I think you've spoken? Okay. Councilor Worthley, it's your turn. Second round, 1 minute.
Thank you. Picking up on the comment about the 5.75% for the state, the 3% from the city, do we know off the top of our heads how much income that currently brings in to the Affordable Housing Trust? Because I know that the mayor has put 100% of that in affordable housing. Do we have that number handy?
In the budget this year,
I should have it memorized by.
it's $109,000.
So that
$109,000 is in this year.
That represents 3% of the
Correct.
income of registered
The registered, yeah.
short-term rentals in Gloucester. Okay.
Correct.
We don't know with this ordinance if there will be fewer Airbnbs or short-term rentals. There may be, there may not be. We can't tell from this point. But is there a projection on what impact that might have on the Affordable Housing Trust in terms of income if there are some people who don't operate Airbnbs regarding that 3% that we get? Do we have a way of measuring that?
Again, back to your market study, if you want to come up with, a six-figure, ask the mayor for a six-figure amount for a study on this, then go ahead. But it's, we don't have the capacity to do that. So do I have a crystal ball? No. Does anybody? We're going to have, there's always going to be questions. But sometimes, you need to act. And, that's why I put this forward, because it's time to act. Despite what we've heard tonight, there is an impact on housing, on long-term housing needs, so.
I think the question for me though is we don't know what impact, there is on people who don't have winterization options. We don't know.
But can you explain that in a question?
Alex Trebek thinking here, like Jeopardy. If we don't know what impact there would be on the people who can't rent their property out for long-term rentals, and we don't know what impact there would be on potentially the affordable housing trust if there are fewer people doing this, is there some information we can gather from the data we have in order to move forward actually with some knowledge on these things? How's that?
I was told your time's up, so no follow-ups. This data will, provide us with how many primary residents there are, how many shared residents there are, and how many non-primary residents are, just by the application form. Now, that will, you don't have a follow-up, so that will, give us that information. And, these regulations were not, as I said, created in a vacuum. Nobody has the crystal ball to be able to answer the questions that you're asking, so I don't know, where we're going with that. Thank you.
Next round of questions. Anybody? Council Majota, you haven't had your second turn, so go ahead. Use the mic.
I did pass, but I do have one question, and I sort of don't know where I got this information. It's free, I'm sorry. It's the question, how long would it take to train someone to be able to like to inspect the houses to make sure that they are safe or go with the Gloucester rules?
It probably wouldn't take us more than a couple of weeks. It's a pretty simple process, so it doesn't take too long.
That's it.
Round of questions. Dylan? 1 minute.
Thank you. So my question is to you is for the non-primary residents, what was the reason behind the 120 days, non-consecutive or consecutive? What's the reasoning behind that specific number?
Because it allows them to capture the high value peak season, which is really when most of these rentals do happen. So that was the reason why. There are the shoulder seasons, and also as we've heard, these are families who own these homes. They do come stay in the summer. That stretches their season. So that the reason is that the 4 months, quarter of the year, felt that was adequate, but also would be enough of a deterrent, as the Harvard Business Review said, for homes not to be used for profit.
Do I how much more? Okay. So just to the opposition here, you spoke about data and the lack of data. There is data out there, and some of this data has spoken to, example, looking at short-term rentals being a result of 20% right now of average increase, 20% average increase of annual rents in the United States. So that includes Gloucester. We're here in the United States. So this data is reflective of the entire country. So I just want to, can you elaborate, what do you mean by the lack of data? You said there was it has to be one of you two. So you said a lack of data. There is data, and we provide it. So.
Meredith, if you wouldn't mind reintroducing yourself in your address, great.
I have no problem reintroducing myself. Attorney Meredith Fine, 108 East Main Street, on behalf of Atlantic Vacation Homes. I mean, national numbers are meaningless in terms of this ordinance. You really have to look at this market and the actual data from Gloucester. You can't compare Gloucester to California or some of these other places that have come up tonight.
What do you say to, though, that short-term rentals have led to an average increase of 20% across the country? That includes right here. And I have great respect, and I hope you don't make anything towards this, because I respect you.
No, take more than that to
okay.
insult me. I mean, it's just a meaningless number. It doesn't have any meaning here at all. I don't think that I don't think it's data that you can use for this ordinance. And Atlantic Vacation Homes has offered many times to help gather data. As Carol said, they're more than willing to participate in this process.
Any other questions in the next round? Councilor Grow.
I know that's the one that goes nuts. This question is for Tony. Tony, is there anything in the ordinance that bans short-term rentals, either through corporate or not going to corporate ownership? Obviously, yes, that's the amendment that we're going to put forward. But in any of the categories, is there anything in the existing ordinance that bans the existence of short-term rentals?
No,
Thank
not
you.
at all.
Any further questions, councilors? Before we close the hearing, I'd like to move to continue the public hearing to September 10th, 2024. I can do that. I'm just asking for a second. I have a second by Council Worthley. And I would like to speak to this. This particular ordinance, which I think is awesome in many ways, only got about a half an hour of vetting and O&A, and there were 4 questions that were asked, and it was thought that we needed to talk more about this here. And in addition, we just got new amendments, lots of information, and I'm not ready to close this hearing. I still have more questions after I digest all this information that has come forward. I'm not ready to close the public hearing. And that's the time that we have to ask questions of administration. So I believe very strongly that would be very helpful, because this is an important ordinance. We've heard a lot tonight. I am not ready to vote. I don't want to do a 211C. I would like to continue the public hearing at the point of questions, which doesn't mean we will take more public input, but we will do the question section with staff here, and I hope that you will consider supporting a majority vote for my request. Thank you.
Second.
So Tony will, okay. It's been moved and seconded, so now it's discussion, yeah.
We can discuss this to death, like we do many times, and these things just die. You've had this information. The questions, you didn't call me. I sent an email out. You have questions. You didn't call. Now, I don't understand where these questions are now brand new. I know we heard from the public hearing, but we've also heard, you know, none of this is new information. When the amendments got sent out to everybody, which is unprecedented, we don't ordinarily do that, but we were informed that on public meeting law, we could. Now, I will be going in for surgery on September 6th, and we will be in the middle of 3A. If you want to continue this while we are in the middle of 3A, that is just unconscionable. I'm sorry.
Who else would like to speak on this amendment? Council Grow and then Council Worthley.
I'm gonna have to agree with Tony that, you know, part of our responsibility as councilors is to be prepared for public hearings and to digest the information that we have available to us. The amendments were new. They were sent out a couple days ago. They're not terribly difficult to comprehend the underlying nature behind it. I feel like we should be continuing on tonight and get this done with. I think we have the information that we need. We've had the opportunity to question the people who've been here and I'm not sure there's a benefit to waiting another 2 weeks.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to call you Madam President out of habit, so I apologize. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. So firstly, I don't love continuing just for continuing sake. If there's something we can accomplish between now and throughout the next 2 weeks and at that meeting, then there's real value in that. And so one thing I would like to suggest is that you mentioned you had, I think you said 18 or 20 questions, which I'm okay with new questions coming based on the hearing. I mean, that's sort of part of the process. If you hear stuff and it makes you develop new questions, it does deserve that vetting. But is there a mechanism between now and then that we don't just pick up where we left off with questions with people we don't have necessarily ready to answer? Is there a way, I think we did this on the zoning changes proposal 2 years ago, we had questions and we had, I think it was Greg Catamatori who answered questions specifically. Is there a mechanism between now and 2 weeks that we can have some answers to these questions? And arguably, there could be some that could have been in advance, and there could be some that came out of today's public hearing. But can we get those answers, or get the questions answered so that we can have the answers ready instead of being in the same exact spot in 2 weeks and then wanting to continue again because we don't have those answers? So that's a question, I guess, to maybe the administration, if they'd be willing to answer questions between now and, well, the question is, I guess, do you want to ask your 18 or 20 questions? And are there other questions that have been developed through the hearing tonight that we haven't really had a chance to think through? So the question to Ms. Egan, would you be willing to answer questions longer tonight or throughout the next couple of weeks in advance of our public hearing? Continued public hearing.
So thank you. I can't speak on behalf of the administration, but I am willing to assist with the council and answer any legal questions that you have.
I have a right to my opinion. Thank you.
Dialogue on the
Ellen.
record, just so there's no dispute about whether it was off the record or on the record, if you don't mind.
Telling her that I will be unavailable for, a big portion of September. So postponing it till then is not going to be possible.
If we postpone it, we should postpone it later? Or you're saying we need to vote tonight?
Like November, because that's when we're done with 3A. And it won't be able to be enacted. I asked the building commissioner, we would not be able to enact this until July. So because of the preparation time that's needed, we are,
Go ahead, Dylan.
Thank you.
Continuing.
Or is it, okay. I agree with the council president and my fellow councilor, Grow, on what has just been said. I think that we have the opportunity tonight. We can continue the hearing tonight. We continue to ask questions if that's possible. And I do, when you just alluded to, Council President, about the July, if we waited till November, is it going to be even further? Is that because, okay, it would be July, but if we acted tonight, it will be January. Okay. I was just, because when you said there's been a lot of conversation, so just so I hear, but if we wait, it will be longer and it will be into the summer. So I think that there's been ample opportunity to ask questions. There's been ample opportunity to ask the council president who's put this forward, to call him, to reach out to him. I think waiting would not be appropriate, and we would be in the middle, as he just said, in the middle of 3A, middle of 3A, all of these things happening. I think it's very important to get it done tonight. I think there has been ample opportunity for everyone to have this conversation. We can continue the conversation tonight. I'm not going anywhere yet. So I'm more than happy to be here as long as it takes. I think we should get it done tonight. Thank you.
I agree with Council Gilman. I think with a lot of information, yes, we did get the amendments. we all prepare in our own way to be ready for these meetings. Just with the information and how important and the impact that this can have on the residents, the cities, to get it done in 2 hours and 40 minutes, to get it done by 11 o'clock, unless we extend it. I don't see any benefit, yes, maybe the January, but like, let's really get this done. Like I said before, let's cross the Ts, dot the Is, and let's make sure we get this right. And if we have to bring it back to O&A or bring it back to P&D, let's get it right. Let's really just get it out. There's a lot of amendments. There are probably amendments on amendments, but I'm okay with bringing it back just to make sure we get it all right.
Anyone else like to speak on my motion? Council Worthley?
Thank you. I just have a question. This would be to Ms. Poirier. Do we need to continue to a date certain on ordinances, or is that only on zoning?
I believe that you would need to continue to a specific date.
Okay. And then Ms. Gilman raised the perspective of she could just use a 211C, which would be a charter objection, which would then be after the hearing is closed, and we come to the point where we vote without additional hearing time, actually. So I do see value in continuing a hearing to get more data where that's a prospect that could be used by any of us to, after the debate's been had, to continue the meeting without a continued hearing. So I will support continuing it, and if I do feel that you've put a lot into this, Councilor Gross, so I don't want you to feel like that's devalued. I'm hoping that we can still continue to move forward with this. So I'll support that.
Let me ask for amendment to the September 10th day. Can we change the date to a special meeting where before you go? Okay.
As you know, I see no value. We've had the public hearing. We've had the public comment period. We are no longer in the public comment period. That is not going to happen again. I see no value in this, in postponing this. We have time this evening to ask all the questions that need to be asked. The people are here who can answer these questions. There are no answers to some of the questions. There are no answers for the market analysis questions.
I just don't, she had a lot of questions. I haven't heard them
Then
yet. So I don't know.
nobody's stopping her from asking those questions. I'm sorry. I see there's no value in doing this. We're here to conduct business, and sometimes we just have to sit here and conduct business.
I'm going to ask a question about the date, though.
I was asking Tony, Council President, if he would, if there was a date that he could do this that was at a different date specific from our next scheduled meeting. Because all I'm asking in my motion is to continue this to the next meeting, and we could have a special meeting, and I'm not saying to start over again with all the public comments. I was just asking that we could start at questions and then get right into the committee report. I'm not prepared to make a decision tonight, and it's been a lot to absorb, a lot to hear about. This happened with East Main Street. I was on the city council, and it was late, and it was just a bad deliberation, and I'm not ready to deliberate right now. So that's what I'm saying, and that's why I'm asking you to support me. And if we could come up with a different date specific where you could be here, I can understand why you would be passionate about this. Absolutely. I appreciate all the work you've done very much.
I'm not going to make any dates because I've already expressed that I'm not going to support your motion.
Okay. So anyone else like to speak on the motion? The motion is to, which was seconded by Council Worthley, to continue the public hearing at the question point only on a specific date to be specific, of September 10th, which is our next city council meeting. Anyone else like to speak on this motion before we vote? Council Grow and then Council Benson.
You had mentioned that you're going to surgery when? September 6th. Right. There's only one day that we could have a special meeting prior to that, which would be September 3rd. Not on Tuesday night.
Dylan, you have the floor.
Thank you, and I respect everyone's passion here, but I have to agree with the council president and other sentiments that have been spoken to, is I think that there's a danger here, and we move it further out that it just dies. He's put in a lot of work to this. There was ample opportunity, I'll say again, there was ample opportunity to ask those questions, and I respect the sentiment, I respect your sentiment, but I really do fear, and I have a great fear, that we move this out further, this will just die. And this has been brought up before. I was not here, this died before. This is something that I think is and I don't want to speak to, so I'm going to hold that. I don't want to speak to the actual whether or not, anyway. I really do fear that this will die because we continue this to a further date. I think that it's 9:26, we can continue until 10:30, and then we can go on if we have to. We have the solicitor here, we have the building inspector here. I'm willing to stay here as long as it takes tonight. With that, I think that we should not wait. And I fear that this will just die.
Any further comments before the vote? We're all clear on the vote. I'd like to do a roll call vote. I'm just going to go in order. Dylan. Council Majota.
Yes.
Council Gross, sorry.
No.
Councilor Grow.
No.
Council Grace.
No.
Council Worthley.
Yes.
Council Memard.
No.
So the noes have it, 5 in favor, 6 in favor, 6 opposed, 2 in favor. So 5 and 3, I'm sorry. I think everybody understands what I'm saying. Okay, go ahead.
You didn't vote.
So I didn't. So I voted yes. Okay, no, she's right. I didn't. I went over. Okay, so at this point, if there are no more questions, and I'm running the public hearing, I'm going to close the public hearing. Go ahead.
You said you had a number of questions. I thought you said you had like 20 questions, so I thought that's what I was thinking we were going to have time to do.
Let me just be honest with you, okay?
Always.
When you're chairing the meeting, it's a lot harder to be looking at your notes. And I was not prepared tonight to chair the meeting because Councilor Nolan is the vice chair and he is not here. So
I'm not
instead of
criticizing.
me being able to look at all this, all my notes from everything that I read, I was trying to be focused on the meeting. So
I'm
that's why I'm feeling not prepared right now. So, okay. But it doesn't matter about me, it matters about you. You've all voted, and at this point, we need to move forward. So I'm going to close the public hearing.
Please ask your questions. You've had them written out. There's no reason to close the public hearing until you are satisfied that your questions are answered.
So I will ask for a 5-minute recess so I can get my notes together. Is there a second on the recess?
I second that and
Okay,
respect it. and
All
respect
those in
your-
favor? Okay, I'm going to go in a corner and I'm going to write my question.
Package, they sent it to you. Updated and updated. Package, they've updated it. Yeah, one of the younger accounts. Yes, Michelle.
Okay, that was a long 5 minutes, but thank you. I'm going to have an opportunity to ask my questions, and I did look through my notes that I had. So my first question is probably to Suzanne Egan, and that is, can we use TIFs to incentivize long-term rentals over short-term rentals? Is that a possibility? I'm just thinking of flexible ways to try to incentivize. It's a little bit off topic to
Yes,
this
it
in short-term rentals, but it would be helpful if you could give me some guidance on that.
I'm not actually prepared to give you guidance on that, but I can say that TIFs are typically for job creation, not for housing creation.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Councilor Dillon, what's a TIF? I'm kind of green here.
Oh, it's tax incremental financing, incentive financing. Yeah, that's good. Incremental. Can we restrict minimum stays and make it 2 weeks? Is that possible? Can we restrict minimum stays and make them 2 weeks? Just a thought.
Yes, you can. You can add that as an amendment. We're allowed to, by Mass General Law 64G. That gives us we can limit stays, yes. Just like 20 days.
I'm just asking the question. I'm not giving away how I feel right now. Thank you. Can you explain the LLC matter that we talked about earlier? And if that would be something that we would need to amend, because it sounded like LLCs can be a family member in terms of just how you're classifying property.
So at this point, the restriction on ownership of the short-term rental, I believe, is a proposed amendment. That's not a part of the overall short-term rental that's before you right now. But an LLC is a different form. It's a different form of business entity. And in the registering of the LLC, the parties who are part of that have to be identified and disclosed at the Secretary of State's office. And I believe the way that the section is designed, it's similar to the Provincetown, and a number of other towns have that same exact language in their ordinances. That's designed to make sure that it's natural, that you can't use an LLC, a corporation can't use an LLC to hide their corporate entity status. That answer your question?
Okay, so the answer is no, correct? No, there's no yes or no. Okay.
So maybe if you restate your question, I'll probably be able to answer it now that I've.
Could an LLC own an Airbnb in Gloucester?
Yes, a short-term rental. Yes, it can. It's permitted.
Okay, thank you. On the trash collection, there's different standards for what we have in our trash ordinance versus the ordinance that is in there. Is that because people might not be there like we're supposed to do for JRM or in Republic when we put our trash out? Sounds like it's okay to send it out 24 hours in advance, and I'm just thinking of all the crows and all the crap that are going to grab our purples.
As I stated in the presentation, I'm going to propose to change that to be in sync with the ordinance, where you're not allowed to put your trash out till 4 p.m. on the day before collection, and you have to remove your receptacle day of. So I'm going to propose that change.
Thank you. Suzanne, there were 3 documents that were sent recently from 3 municipal laws, Sandersfield, Provincetown, and Great Barrington. Can you explain in user-friendly terms what those meant?
Yes, so that was so the Attorney General's office has a municipal law unit that reviews town bylaws. So all town bylaws, when they're passed by town meeting, have to be reviewed to make sure that they're compliant with the law and constitutional. So they issue decisions to each of the towns, and they do an analysis of the bylaw that's passed to see if it's compliant. In the 3 decisions that were issued, there have been a number of other municipal law unit decisions issued on short-term rental ordinances or bylaws, which towns pass. And the Attorney General's office does an analysis of the town bylaw and the state law and the constitutional provisions. And in each of the instances that I shared, it dealt with certain issues like corporate ownership, residential ownership, limitations on who the operators of short-term rentals could be. And the Attorney General's office found that the statute, Chapter 64G, Section 14, gives a city or town that authority to adopt the bylaws to regulate short-term rentals. So that's what I provided. And even though it's not controlling for the city, it does provide guidance. It's a very good analysis. The municipal law unit assistant attorney general is the expert. She's the one who makes a determination as to whether something is going to be viable or not.
Thank you. So to follow up with that, are we legally, can we legally restrict how many units a corporation can use, can have in a community?
Yes, yep, you can restrict whether corporation can have short-term rentals or how many they can use. So we have the authority, the city has the authority to regulate the operator of a short-term rental.
Okay, thank you. Is the 464 registered number pretty accurate, or do you think that it's very low based on what we have?
So we know one thing. We know that short-term rental operators are required by law to register with the state. So we know that the ones who are compliant have registered. The ones who are doing operating short-term rentals without registering with the states are non-compliant. If we adopt a local one, it will be more likely to be able to use some enforcement mechanism and make sure that everybody does register as they're required to do.
We know it's not the case.
Well, one thing we also know is that part of what this bylaw does is it will incentivize people to register with the state because it does provide that grandfathered protection.
And all those registered numbers are part of the 3% that we get that goes to the Affordable Housing Trust that we voted on, yes?
Correct.
So the people that do it under the table, we don't get that because we don't know what's happening, but we think that the new process of managing this is going to make it more credible, and perhaps we'll get more money in our Affordable Housing Trust. Correct? Kind of? Yeah?
I mean, that's sort of speculating. It's not really a legal question, but yeah, it's a logic question.
Okay. I'm just under pressure right now because I'm trying to be a team player. Okay. I'm sorry. I know, Suzanne, I'm sorry to do this to you. I think I'm okay with my questions. So I guess my last question is, why are we in such a hurry, other than when we can get to this, if we feel like there's tweaks and more thought that we could put together in this to make it really good? Because it's good right now, but I don't know if it's really good. And I'm not feeling we all agree that it's really good. And based on what we've heard today, even some of the people that were saying how supportive they are, we're saying that there's still some things that maybe we need to slow down and look at things. So why are we in such a hurry? And that's a question to you.
We're not in a hurry. This has been, talked about for almost 20 months now, and, you know, several constituents, I don't know if they talked to you, they talked to me because I proposed before, and it got withdrawn without prejudice, not because of overwhelming opposition, because when I looked at my notes of who was there, it was about 50-50. And there comes a time, we can't have all the questions answered on anything. There is, in any legislative piece, there is always going to be more. Always going to be. And you have to create a foundation. And this is the foundation that, and you know, we amend our ordinances all of the time. And, you know, you'll hear some amendments, you can vote for them or against them. You know what this ordinance is, you've had it for a while. And this, I don't feel that we are rushing this. Everyone's had this information, this is not rushed, is what I say. That for a legislative process, I think that this has been pretty thoroughly done.
Okay. So Council Worthy would like to ask a question.
I just have a couple more questions. I did the same thing. I looked at my
Okay.
notes.
Yep.
Built a few other questions. I have a question to a question you asked. You said, can we limit it to 2 weeks? I'm not sure if that's a proposed amendment that might be coming, but what would be the value of more turnover in a neighborhood versus maybe a couple that rents it for 2 or 3 months at a time, or a business that has someone in town for a month? Why would we want to look at maybe limiting to less time?
Minimum of 2 weeks.
I heard that wrong. I apologize. Thank you. This is a question for Suzanne Egan. On zoning permits, building permits, special council permits, planning board permits, the permit goes with the land, goes with the property. With ordinances, like this is being proposed, the permit would go to the operator. So when it comes to transferability, someone who's grandfathered in with this ordinance would not be grandfathered in upon sale of their property to a child, for example. Is that, first of all, is that true, based on this ordinance?
I believe so. I mean,
Yes, that is true.
Is there a way to exempt that? So if you sell your property to your child, that they don't have to start over and maybe get denied a permit?
That would, I don't think this is a question for Suzanne at all. That would be an amendment that you would propose that we would then vote on.
Well, I just want to understand if it's even an option before I propose it, but
What we have before us is what's been posted as, you know, our document for public hearing. So you need to propose an amendment in order to change it.
okay, that's just, so we could regulate that it's exempt, that we could potentially put an amendment forward to exempt it if the council so sought to do that.
that would be legal, yes.
Would be legal?
Yes, it would be. Yep.
That's-
You do have that authority to do it.
Wait, I'm in charge.
Right.
Would you like to ask another question?
Yes.
Okay. Council Worthy and then Council Grow.
So the question is, you mentioned, the building inspector said, and this is to you, Rob, that you could train someone within a couple of weeks to be up to speed. Do you have a person that's available to do this work right now, or would you have to hire someone to do this? And that would mean advertise and interview, et cetera, et cetera.
I don't technically have someone right now, but I have people in my staff that could start the process. Like Tony said, if this goes through now, I'm going to need a couple of months. I have to get the OpenGov set up for the registry with IT. And then we have to get a checklist all set up and emails and figure out where all the properties are. And so it will take a process, and it won't be just one person. It will be my whole staff working together to get this all accomplished, along with the health department, the fire department, and my department.
As hard as you're working and as impressive as you are, I sense that your department, of all departments, has a lot on its plate just to keep up with the stuff that comes through the door. I just wonder if you feel like adding this is something that you can handle right now without an additional staff person?
I don't have much of a choice. Like I said, come January, whether this goes through or not, short-term rentals are going to be an annual safety inspection that requires pretty much everything I still have to do. I still have to set up a platform for it on Viewpoint and take care of all that other stuff regardless if this passes. This just makes it a little bit more easier with me possibly getting extra staff to take care of all the other things that go along with it.
My last question to that point is, there's a number of fees throughout the Code of Ordinances and throughout the zoning code that are implemented by the building inspector or the inspectional services. How much of those fees come to your department for you to spend?
I have no idea. As far as I know, all my money that comes in goes to general funds.
Is the mayor committed to use potential future income that goes to general fund to the building inspector's office? That might be a question
I
for the
would
mayor.
say that that would be a question for the mayor.
I don't believe he has any choice. You know, there's going to be a requirement for, you know, that department, whether we pass this or not. So if we do not pass this, there is no revenue stream, which means the budget will be squeezed from somewhere else.
Councilor Grow.
I just wanted to follow up on the question about transference of property to a family member. Are there legal mechanisms to do that that maintain ownership within the family that could then transfer, like a trust or some sort of arrangement? I'm not a family attorney, as you might know.
Neither am I. I am not quite sure if your question is what the what the real estate transaction would be in order to do that, or what we would do with regard to changing the language in the ordinance.
Well, I think the gist of Jeff's question was that if a parent wants to transfer the ownership of their rental house, or whatever unit, to a child, does that impact the regulations under which they operate if they're different than the ones that the parent had, the grandfather?
And that does go to the way that the ordinance is written. You have that ability to craft language that would address that issue if that's what you would like to do.
There's an easier solution to that whole thing.
Yes.
Council Benson, question.
Sasanya. So my question, there was some discussion in the ongoing open public hearing regarding like the seasonal rentals versus short-term rentals. Now, a winter rental is not included here. I just want to just clarify, if you could just say yes. I know the answer, I just want.
Winter rentals are not included.
Or like a seasonal rental, correct?
Or a seasonal, any rental that's 31 days or more is not governed by this ordinance. This ordinance is a short-term rental, which is a rental unit that is rented for 30 days or less.
Or less, yep. Okay, yeah, because I know there's been questions about like some people renting winter rentals and concern around there, so, but this will not include it, so thank you.
So I think we're ready to close the public hearing. Thank you for allowing me to ask my questions. So I'm going to close the public hearing. And I'm going to ask for a committee report from Councilor Majota, O&A. Could we put it on the screen so we could at least? You probably need to read it. Sure, we can share reading it so we don't have to listen to everybody. And then we have the proposed amendments ready to go as a screen share.
I move that we waive the reading of the ordinance. It's 7, 8 pages long, and it's been available for public view and for our view. I don't see any bonus to our understanding of it by having him read the entire thing.
Is there a second to that? Second, all those in favor, say aye. Okay, so the ayes have it. Anyone opposed? Aye. But, so 6 in favor, 2 opposed, 1 absent, correct? Yes. Okay, so we're going to waive reading the motion and the ordinance, I'm sorry. And so the committee report is what? Why don't you just do the committee report, Counselor?
Committee recommendation on a motion by me, second by Council Grace. The City Council voted 2 in favor, 1 opposed, myself, to recommend that the City Council amend the Gloucester Code of Ordinance, Chapter 5, Buildings and Regulations by adding a new Article 5 entitled Short-Term Rentals as follows. O&A. Oh.
The committee recommendation that Councilor Majota read had a typo in it. It said the city council voted 2 in favor. It was O&A voted 2 in favor, 1 opposed.
So you moved it, and who seconded it?
So move.
Seconded by Dylan. Sorry, I was looking at him. I think you both said it at the same time. Okay, so now it's time for discussion, and we probably should go in alphabetical order. And the first round should be 3 minutes. That sound about right, because it's late. You mind timing us for 3
Madam
minutes?
Chair, at what point would you like us to propose amendments? Because I am ready to propose them right now.
Then at any time, you can,
Okay.
an amendment proposal can
I'd like to
trump
put-
the conversation. So
Do we want to, like, when we're talking about proposing amendments, do we want to streamline it where it's like maybe amendments that are like small amendments, and if there's larger amendments,
Mine
I'm not
kind of-
against.
They kind of fall on each other. So I have proposed and submitted to the council 4 amendments that I would like to propose, and I'll handle this in whatever way you want to, but I can start with Amendment 1 and go to 4, or what would you like to do?
I would like to put that on the screen so the public can see what we're talking about.
My amendments may influence other amendments, so.
I think maybe your amendments seem to have a lot more discussion, and we have other amendments that are just sort of housekeeping. So could we take those first to get them out of the way, if there's no objection? I have several that are just strictly
party.
housekeeping, and anybody else has them.
Okay, so let's go to the housekeeping one. So do you have yours all done up, or are we just going to use the, your existing ordinance? Not my fault. No, it's not. It's not. Not my fault. Okay. So do you have them on a screen share? Okay. I just like to make sure that we can screen share so the public knows what we're talking about, and we can pause and be very thoughtful for this, because there is a lot of things going on right now, a lot of moving parts. Okay. So, so
Extend 10:30.
So this is kind of awkward because we've done the committee report, which is a recommendation, and now we're turning this into amendment by the proposer. So I guess we have to do this because you, okay, go ahead.
I still have all the rights as a city councilor, so, and actually at this point, since we're done with public hearing, I could take it back, but for purposes for transparency, having you run it. But we are, we're not having discussion, but I think this is more expedient to have the amendments, and then we'll have all our discussion about them, during. So my first amendment is section 564, definitions, and these amendments I will have to credit to our city attorney. Yep. So, oh. All right, hold on. Nope, just seeing. There we go. Okay. Okay, so because it has to have us up top. So section 5.6 definitions, I would like to delete operator, a person who is the owner of a residential unit that seeks to offer said residential unit as a short-term rental. And then I would like to add operator, a person operating a bread and breakfast establishment, hotel, lodging house, short-term rental, or motel in the Commonwealth, including but not limited to the owner or proprietor of such premises, the leasee, subleasee, leasee, mortgagee in possession, license of any other person otherwise operating such bed and breakfast establishments, hotel, lodgings house, or short-term rental. So that's an overall operator that is in the state law. That's their description. I have taken out subleasee, that should not be there. And so that's the only reason, is to make this mirror the state law. Hotel, lodging house, no, yes, or motel in the Commonwealth. Yep, or motel in the Commonwealth, and I so move.
Motion's been made and seconded, moved by Councilor Gross and seconded by Councilor Majota, yes? Councilor Benson. Discussion on the amendment. Councilor Grow. Oh, no, to the person that made it. Go ahead. You get to go first.
I don't know, I don't have anything to add. That's the.
Councilor Grow.
Just clarification, you said sublessee is not to be in that paragraph? Okay, so we take that out of there, all right?
Okay, everybody's clear on the First Amendment. Further discussion? All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay. The ayes have it, 8 in favor, 1 absent. Next motion, amendment.
This is still in section 5-64 definitions. It's residential unit. I'll read the whole thing and then I'll read what the amendment is. A dwelling is classified under state building code as a residential unit, residential use, as those terms are defined by excluding units designed as affordable or otherwise income restricted, congregate living complex, elderly housing, group residence, homeless shelter, temporary dwelling structure, transitional housing, and Strike auxiliary, and auxiliary dwelling unit, although we have in our zoning about auxiliary dwelling units. Oh, right, this is auxiliary dwelling unit, so that's not a dwelling, right, that's not an ADU. Well, they're both ADUs, but this term shall not include hotel, motel, or any other non-residential use. And I want to add, and all other accommodations except under general law, chapter 64G, section 2, and I so move.
Made by Gross, seconded by Grow. Is there a discussion? You want to start, because it's yours? Okay. Is there further discussion, Council Worthley?
And the amendment to auxiliary to accessory. Why with our existing?
The motion's been made to delete auxiliary and make it accessory. Is there a second?
I don't think auxiliary is defined in our code.
Seconded by Council Grow. All those in favor on the amendment to the main motion? Discussion on the amendment.
Would it be better, because in zoning, and even though they've changed state law, I've got that they are not allowed with accessory dwelling units, so if we just took it out, that might even be better on your amendment?
I think so. I just want to clarify, this is listing things that are exempt. And you're saying if we take accessory dwelling unit or auxiliary dwelling unit out, it would not be exempt.
Correct, because in our zoning, you cannot use an accessory dwelling unit as a short-term rental.
And then I guess, let me ask a question. Is there auxiliary dwelling unit defined anywhere in our zoning code?
A question for Suzanne.
Finding it, I mean, no sense putting it.
Thank you. So I think what we have to keep in mind here is what we're doing with our short-term rental ordinance is we're mirroring the state law, chapter 64G. We're not talking about our definitions under the zoning ordinance. So it's two separate things. And what we're trying to do with our definitions is to make sure that it lines up with the general law that gives us the authority to regulate short-term rentals as an industry. So I think keeping auxiliary versus accessory, I think that's sort of neither here nor there, but if we do want to line this up with our authority that under chapter 64G, then using that same language is best.
Ask, what is an auxiliary dwelling unit as we understand it?
As we understand it, would be the same as an accessory dwelling unit, but it's but accessory dwelling unit is typically defined in zoning, and each municipality can define it differently. So auxiliary is going to be as it's defined in this particular statute.
Ask one more question just to really make sure. If someone has an auxiliary dwelling unit, which we might consider accessory locally, but if they have one, they're not allowed to rent it out as, and is that always been the case, or are we regulating that now? I'm trying to understand.
In this language, it says they are allowed to.
Are allowed. Okay.
Oh, no, wait a minute. This term shall not, this term shall not, it's not a residential unit. So, no, it says excluding that. So it's excluded. It is
not being regulated.
It's not being regulated, correct. No, it's not being regulated by this ordinance.
Someone has a garage, 900 square feet, and they want to put a unit on it. This ordinance does not restrict.
Zoning restricts it.
This ordinance would not restrict it by putting it in here. I should make sure I know what we're voting on, right? Just
Dan's gonna.
I can
double
help.
negative.
So this, what we're doing with definitions, so what we're saying here is we're regulating short-term rentals. And part of a short-term rental is a rental unit. So we're defining what a rental unit is in terms of what we're regulating for short-term rental units. So when you say these a residential unit is a dwelling unit classified under state building code as residential use, but excluding units designated affordable, congregate living, elderly housing, and auxiliary dwelling unit. So those are not permitted to be used as short-term rental units. And it doesn't have any impact on zoning. Zoning isn't dealing with this.
So it's kind of a moot point because in zoning, it's already covered and it's not allowed. So this mirrors it. It is a little confusing, but,
I'll withdraw my motion to amend the motion,
okay, thanks.
amend the amendment. Seconder has to also, whoever that was.
So that's without objection, you're withdrawing that. So great. So now we're back to the main motion. Everybody's clear on the main motion? Okay. Right. Which is add and all other accommodations exempt from general law, chapter 64G, section 2. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, 8 in favor, 1 absent. Next amendment, Counselor.
Next amendment is to delete the short-term rental definition still in 5-64 definitions. The short-term rental unit, the rental unit of a residential unit for residential occupancy in exchange for payment for a duration of fewer than 30 consecutive days. Such a rental may or may not be facilitated using a booking agent or hosting platform. Delete that section and replace it with add short-term rental in owner-occupied or non-owner-occupied property, including but not limited to an apartment, house, cottage, condominium, or a furnished accommodation that is not a hotel, motel, lodging house, or bed and breakfast establishment, where one, at least one room or unit is rented to an occupant or delete the sub-occupant, where one room is rented to an occupant. 2, all accommodations are reserved in advance, provided, however, that a private owner occupy the property shall be considered a single unit if leased or rented. Do you guys need me to start again? Okay. Is it up yet? Doesn't count as our time. (10:30), but only at 10. But we took a very long 5-minute break, so it should probably go to 10:45 at least. Now we're having technical difficulties. Yeah, you're trying to. We all have these in our packet if you don't want to follow it from the screen that's behind us. So that may be easier for the counselors to follow it.
Share my screen, and if the public needs to see it, we could.
Well, then we won't have, you can see it at all times. It's up to you. I mean, it was just a suggestion. Trying to do. Bouncing back and forth with that and then making the amendments in a Word document real time so that we capture them.
Shared our screen while she did her.
Yep, yep. So let's just relax. But what I meant was if we go to the packet, then there it is. No problem. You're trying to do too many things at once. We're asking you to do too many things at once. All right. Add short-term rental, an owner-occupied or non-owner occupied property, including but not limited to an apartment, house, cottage, condominium, or a furnished accommodation that is not a hotel, motel, lodging house, or bed and breakfast establishment, where at least one room or unit is rented to an occupant. 2, all accommodations are reserved in advance, provided, however, that a private owner-occupied property shall be considered a single unit if leased or rented as such. 3, is rented for a term of 30 days or less, and I so move.
Motion's made by Council Gross, seconded by Council Grow. On the amendment, there's a question from Council Worthley.
Councilor Gross, as you read it, I think you skipped over the word sub-occupant.
Correct. I did not intend to have that in the amendment. So I read the amendment as
Thank you for removing that, so it's consistent with what Council Gross just said. Okay, any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, 8 in favor, 1 absent. Next amendment, Council Gross.
Okay, 2 short ones. Section 566, number of occupants. A residential unit offered as a short-term rental shall be limited to 2 guests per bedroom, per guest bedroom, plus 2 additional. That is staying. Adding, this is what the amendment is, except units on septic systems which have deeded occupancy limits shall not exceed 2 persons per bedroom, and I so move.
It's made by Gross, seconded by Grow on the amendment.
This was brought forward by the health agent, so that's why this is an addition.
Further questions, discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, 8 in favor, 1 absent on that amendment. Next amendment.
Next amendment is section 5-66P, notifications. Section number 1, delete, no trash or recycling shall be put to the curb more than 24 hours before collection. Add, trash recycling receptacles shall not be put out for collection before 4 p.m. the day preceding the day of collection, and shall be removed from the curbside on the same day of collection. Also in this same section, number 4, there's 2 number 4s, change number 4 to the second number 4 to 5. And, hold that. Let's go with the First Amendment because there's more than that. So ending it with the amendment is concerning the collection of recycling.
Councilors are square on that. It's number 1 that we're talking about right now. Okay. Is there seconded to Council Gross's? Council Worthley is seconded. Is there discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, 8 in favor, 1 absent. Next amendment.
Also at 5-66P, on the very first thing is add posted in front of notifications, and I so move.
Okay, you second.
I'm seconded by Council Gross, seconded by who? Council Grow. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, 8 in favor, 1 absent.
Final one is, there's two number 4s at the end of this in section 566 P, and it's add 5, delete 4, add 5. And also in there, there's add, it's locations of any gas shutoff valves, add fire exit, fire alarms, and fire extinguishers. That mirrors Mass General Law 64. I so move.
Second.
Motion's made by Gross, seconded by Majota. I've got a question. Does that include carbon monoxide?
It does not in this, no, but there is a section that does speak to carbon monoxide in, it says in section 566R, it says functioning smoke and carbon monoxide detectors. So it's covered in another section. I just mirrored what the state law said. That's all that was.
Council President, it is 10:30. We need to vote to extend.
Did we, what about our extended break? Are we going to add any time on? Okay. All those in favor, motion made by Councilor Majota, seconded by Councilor Grow. All those in favor? Aye.
All right, so we're on a roll. So we're back to this last one. We haven't voted on that, right? Did we vote on that? No. Okay, so we know we're on the number 5, add 5. Motion's made by Gross, seconded by Majota. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, 8 in favor, 1 absent. Let's continue with the next round of amendments.
Sent in a proposed amendment. It's also in the sort of cleanup sort of category, not as much as purpose too much, but sent it in late. Can we go there? It's also in the category of, yes, can we, I see Jason chomping at the bit, or biting the chomp. First.
Okay, so let's get yours screen shared. We're on Jason's amendments. Okay, let's pause. We can have a candy.
All right, you ready?
Okay, Councilor Grow has an amendment.
I do. I have 4 amendments. I'd like to start with the first one, Amendment 1, under Section 564 definitions. Residential unit, a dwelling is classified under the State Building Code as residential use as those terms are defined, but excluding units and add that are owned by a corporation. And then finishes out, designated as affordable or otherwise income restricted, a congregate living complex and elderly housing and group residence, homeless shelter, temporary dwelling structure, transitional housing, and auxiliary dwelling unit. This term shall not include a hotel, motel, or any other non-residential use, and I so move.
Moved by Councilor Grow, seconded by Councilor Worthley. Is there a discussion?
The only thing I would say is I know that this adds a little bit of similarity to what was just discussed under residential unit. Well, it is residential unit, so essentially we would just be adding that are owned by a corporation, and that's exactly the same. The rest of the language is exactly the same. And I would say that we've heard a lot from people about corporate ownership. We may not have a lot of corporate ownership, but this is designed to ward off the potential for future corporate ownership of residential properties for the purpose of solely using them as Airbnbs, or excuse me, short-term rentals. So I think it's something that is warranted and is a good preventative measure from having that invade our community.
Further discussion? Council Worthy?
I'd like a little clarification. So I think we're all on the same page. We don't want, right? May I ask the question? We don't want large corporations buying Gloucester property and renting it out and displacing people. I think we're all on the same page. At least I know we're on the same page with that. What about, last night I was at the vigil and a couple, two women came by and they said, you know, they run a bed and breakfast registered as a business. They were concerned that this might mean that they wouldn't be, and we add corporate owned. They own their property as a corporation. It's just the two of them and they're local. Would this mean that they would not be able to own it in existing form?
No, because it says here specifically that bed and breakfasts are not covered under this ordinance. And I just should add too that we already had Councilor Egan defined that corporations are a specific kind of entity, and that some of the issues that were brought up by folks speaking in opposition were addressed by the fact that those are different kinds of ownership and they would not be covered under corporation.
Motion's made by Councilor Grow, seconded by Councilor Worthy. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, 8 in favor, 1 absent.
Okay, the next one is section, amendment to section 5-66. This is it says A, but it's correct. Add a new subsection E under 566 requirements for the operation of short-term rentals, and it would add E after D, and then we would number the subsequent sections. But the gist of it is an operator may only register to operate one dwelling unit as a short-term rental. If an operator owns 2 or more properties, owns one, and is listed as a manager or agent for a second that is owned by an LLC, for example, that operator must choose one or the other to be registered as a short-term rental. No operator shall have more than one legal or equitable title or beneficial interest in any dwelling unit used for a short-term rental, except as provided above. An operator may hire a property management company to list and manage short-term rentals, but the registration must be in the operator's name. And I so move.
Motion's made by Grow, seconded by Margiotta.
So if I could, the justification for this is to limit essentially serial ownership of properties. And so that if the intention is to allow someone to have an income stream through the renting of a property, what it's not going to allow is the wholesale purchase of apartment buildings or multifamily units that can then be all rented out by an individual. So each unit would have to have some sort of individual attachment to it to rent it out as a short-term rental. And again, the reasoning there is we're talking about putting in multifamily houses. Now, I know we're not talking about the R5 zoning in the 3A at the moment, but for instance, somebody could take their house, they could add a unit, and they could rent that out as an Airbnb for X number of days. But if they could then add a second unit and rent that one out, you've got 2 units now that are on the short-term rental and out of commission for long-term rentals. So this limits the number of units that any one operator can own outright and run as a short-term rental. So again, it's the whole point of this ordinance, I think, is to disincentivize the use of short-term rentals, not ban them, but make them less attractive to speculators and investment potential. So that's why this is limited to 1.
Further discussion, question, Councilor Benson.
So you pretty much answered my question, but just to clarify, this is your objective here is to prevent the fear that we're hearing from folks, someone coming in and buying up a bunch of homes and turning them all into Airbnbs. That's the objective here.
Correct. Under the corporate ownership, we've dealt with that now. But now if I'm Mr. Moneybags and I say, okay, I want to buy 10 apartments or 10 houses along the street, I can then run each of those for 120 days because I don't live in them and take them out of the market for long-term rentals. What this says is we acknowledge that people want to be able to use their property for short-term rental purposes, but we're going to disincentivize the idea of creating businesses that own multiple properties that then rent them out and take them out of the market.
Thank you. Council Worthy.
Thanks. Just a question on this. So I also get this, understand the sentiment here. Do we currently have people who run more than one Airbnb? Is there anybody here that could answer that question? That there's someone who owns more than one Airbnb? Short-term rental, sorry, short-term rental. Does the grandfathering clause of the overall piece impact this? So if there's someone in Gloucester right now who owns, let's say they had 2 properties and they subdivided and they've got 2 short-term rentals, does the grandfathering clause in this that exempts them also exempt them here?
No. I would answer no.
But how? I just want to understand
Because
how that
the
works.
grandfathering clause only exempts those 2 sections. Nothing else. Everything else is as is.
Okay, so, but we don't know if there are people who are doing this right now.
No.
Not grandfathered, and we've just cut their assets in half.
So we clear on the question? Okay, go ahead.
So the question about we've cut their assets in half. Remember, this is real property, okay? And real property, especially in the market that we're in here, is not going to lessen its value by half because it's no longer allowed to be used by an Airbnb as a short-term rental. They might have less of an income, and it may not be financially viable to maintain a stable of short-term rentals. But our purpose at the council level and for the city's purposes is to essentially try to dissuade the aggressive use of short-term rentals. So by limiting someone to one, you're saying we acknowledge that short-term rentals are here and exist and they're useful, but we're not going to allow a business person to own multiple units and use that as their primary source of keeping rental units off the market.
Council Worthy.
And I agree with the sentiment, no question. I'm concerned, I wish we could find a way to legally grandfather the person who does have 2 currently right now. I'm okay with it, but I'm not going to like it.
Let's stick with this one right now.
Is there a way that we could grandfather this piece as well for someone who's running more than one? And again, I'm not looking for the person who owns 20 or 30, just if someone has 2.
Would be a separate amendment, so let's just move
We
on
can-
this.
we
Let's move
could
on
do
this
that. We
a
could do
motion.
it. Okay. I just don't
A
want.
separate amendment. You can do anything.
The motion on this right now, Section E, it was moved by Jason Grow and seconded by Frank Margiotta. Further discussion? Council Benson.
I just want to just briefly say that this speaks to, and I'm supportive of this amendment, this speaks to the concern that many people that I hear from in my ward that are not able to come here today because they work and they're hardworking people. They fear this, and I think this speaks to that as someone coming in and buying up a bunch of properties and turning them into Airbnbs. So I'm 100% behind this, and I appreciate your effort on this, Counselor.
Further discussion? I echo Council Benson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. The ayes have it, 8 in favor, 1 absent. Next amendment, Council Grow.
All right, number 3, section 566 subsection, there's now J, which was previously I. It's been moved down the table here because of the previous amendment. J, existing unit, add, for 3 years from the effective date of this ordinance, the current owner of the existing short-term rental that holds a valid, up-to-date Massachusetts Department of Revenue, DOR, certificate of registration as of the effective date of this article shall be subject to all the sections contained therein, except shall not be subject to section 566G and 566H. This exception shall not transfer with the ownership of property ownership as defined in section 566. And then add, 3 years from the effective date of Article 5, short-term rentals, all short-term rental owners shall be subject to the limitations stated in section 566G and H, and I so move.
Motion's made by Council Grow, seconded.
I'll second.
By Councilor Margiota. On the motion, amendment, Councilor Grow.
So I know this is going to be probably the more controversial one here, but we, generally speaking, do not grandfather ordinances. Or everybody is effectively held to the same law as everyone else. So if you are fortunate enough to have a multi Airbnb that you're renting out 365 days a year, come January 1st, you still have an Airbnb that you can rent out 365 days a year, regardless of whether you live here. And that goes on in perpetuity. So everybody else that comes in after the fact is held to a different standard of law that says they can only use that Airbnb 120 days a year. So nothing in this effectively deals with residents that rent within their home. Okay, that doesn't change at all. You can do that 365 days a year regardless. It doesn't effectively change the people who have second homes here, who want to live here six months a year, and 6 months a year they want to rent it out. That doesn't effectively change here either. This really addresses the 120-day limit for people who are non-resident owners. So if you're willing to say that any non-resident owner who currently rents it out 365 days a year can continue to do that in perpetuity, then vote against the amendment. But if you're really saying is that what we're trying to do is disincentivize non-resident owners who are renting out short-term rentals, give them 3 years. This gives them 3 years to operate as they are today, and then phase out that incentive by saying, in 3 years, you can decide your business plan. Does this model work for me? Does this not work for me? You still have the real value of your assets. You're not losing money. You're going to potentially lose income in 3 years. But I think 3 years is a valid period of time to identify whether or not it's worth it to you to continue to own a unit that you're not living in and that you're renting out for only 120 days after the sun sets. So I think that we need to hold ordinances, as opposed to zoning ordinances, which really have to do with use and with construction. We changed the rules on that only halfway through. That's a different issue. But under ordinances, I think laws should be held evenly across the board. And just because you happen to benefit from something one day doesn't mean the person who comes in the next day should benefit any less.
Can I just get a clarification? And you were probably very clear, but so that this would mean that a new person that buys something tomorrow would still have 3 years to the effective date.
Correct. So
the person, so
currently,
there's no difference between the person that's had it for 10 years and the new person coming in.
that's correct. But once the clock starts on January 1st, everyone would be subject to the uniform imposition of these regulations 3 years from now. But what this will prevent is it will prevent people from coming in and buying in the next 4 months a bunch of units that they then will be grandfathered in for 365-day-a-year use in perpetuity, unless it's ever amended.
And
So
that's because the new law isn't in effect until January 1st.
that's correct.
Okay. Can I just ask a question? Ordinances are 31-day wait, correct? Yeah, for implementation. Okay. No, I understand. But Jason just said somebody that, I said coming in tomorrow, and that wouldn't be the case because it's 31 days wait on this.
No, it's not 31 days for this ordinance. This ordinance is January 1st by the ordinance that its effective date is. It's not 31 days.
Thank you. So we're on this. We have a motion made by Jason Grow and seconded by Margiota. Further discussion, Council Worthley.
Working? Okay, it is. Thank you. So firstly, I do appreciate that if there's a mad rush in the next 4 months, that we wouldn't want someone who just buys this to be subject to different rules then. So I do understand that. But I think what you said and what's written is almost the opposite. For the person who bought this last year or 5 years ago or 10 years ago, they have a business plan. Maybe they have a retirement plan. Maybe they have an asset transfer plan to their kids for this use, where they're saying, these are the rules. And now it's almost arbitrary because they didn't know that this would be the day we're voting on something or this ordinance would be coming in. We're saying not only your grandfather in this example, but in 3 years, you cut this income out of your family, out of your home. And I think that we're changing the rules midway. And I understand for new ownership, okay, but for people who are operating right now and grandfathered, you're saying in 3 years they're no longer grandfathered, then why have a grandfather clause? I really feel strongly that we're actually negatively impacting the ability for people who live in Gloucester and are using short-term rentals to sustain themselves. This will drive them out. And we're really cutting into people's income by doing this.
The primary folks that these are targeted at are non-resident owners who are not living in the unit. The unit is out of commission for the sake of it. It is, because you have to actually read the sections. So you have to read the sections that are defined, 566G and H. So if your business model is, or your income need is that you have rooms in your house that you want to rent, not changing a whit, okay? If you have a vacation home, it will require that you live here for 6 months of the year, and you can rent it out 6 months of the year. If you are a non-resident owner, if you have a unit that you're renting out, and there are plenty of examples in the city where you have multiple units that are owned by one person, they don't live there, they rent them out. Those would be subject to the 120-day limit in 3 years, all right? So if in 3 years, you haven't decided whether or not this financial model works for you, you can make that decision. And I'll give you a flawed sort of analogy here. We as a city had let's say we had a copper paint factory, okay, that was in existence for 150 years. And that copper paint factory was a great addition to the city. It did a lot of good things. But we found out that copper paint was starting to hurt the community, that it was having lingering effects that weren't there. Well, the business model of the copper paint factory is to keep operating, right? But the city has a right to decide that if something is existing in their community and it's causing harm, or it's beginning to cause harm, you have a right to say, we are going to change the rules and regulate that harm. This doesn't ban the use, it doesn't take away the use, it just says that in 3 years, if you don't own it and occupy it, you're going to be more limited than you are today. And it also prevents the lottery win, which says, I win the lottery. I got 365 days a year because I happen to get my property on December 29th. You got it on January 2nd. You have a third of what I get for that. There's just an inequity there.
Can you use your microphone, Counselor? Thank
Can you
you.
help me understand that this is only for a subsection of this ordinance? I'm sorry.
I'd be
I'm not
happy to read
following.
them to you.
Thank you.
Subsection G is short-term rental of a non-primary unit. You know what that is? That is a unit that the owner does not live in. Section H is, and Section F is a primary unit, which is one that a person lives in for 6 months. So it only affects those two.
I want to make sure I understand this completely before I vote on it. So I'm not fighting you on the issue. I want to understand it. So subsection G and H, which are earlier. They are. Sorry. One more real-life example here.
Actually,
Property.
you actually have that in your paper packet.
I have that. I just want to understand how this amendment only impacts the person who is owning it and not living there. Is that right?
No, no, it is not right. It's the person who owns it doesn't live there, does not, that is not their residence. Their residence is in Colorado, Arizona, Florida, okay? It is not their residence. The other one is, it is their residence, but they only live there for 6 months. They have to live there for 6 months to establish their residency. They register to vote here. Their car is registered here. Those are the two. So it's the non.
I get that.
Yeah,
It's the
that's it.
amendment on the 3 years. Does that affect the person who lives here 6 months and rents for 6
Yes.
months? It does affect them.
Yes.
So the 3-year provision where they lose the,
So currently, today, but if we propose this without the amendment, it means that anyone who has a short-term rental on December 31st or January 1st when this goes into effect, however they were operating it, is how they will continue to operate it into the future. So if they're a non-resident owner, and they've been renting it out 365 days a year, they will continue to do that. No change. If they are a part-time resident who owns a house for X number of months and wants to rent it out for X number of months, they would continue to do that. They could live here 1 month and rent it out 11 months. They could rent it, so that basically that doesn't change. If they have a summer home they want to rent out, that might change, that would change the equation. If you rent in your house and you live there, it doesn't change anything. You continue doing that 365 days a year.
resident, you mean resident of that address, not just a Gloucester resident? who rents
Correct.
pro-
You
okay,
have
so
to
if
be
you're a Gloucester
resident of that.
If you're a Gloucester resident, you own another property, you have to live in that property to keep this exemption.
Correct.
Grandfathering. Otherwise, in 3 years, you'd have to,
You would either have to continue renting it only 120 days a year, or you could move in, or you
Okay.
could sell it. I mean, again, the incentive here is to try to disincentivize non-resident short-term rentals.
I'm okay with
There's no secret about that.
I understand that. Thank you very much.
Okay. We have a motion by Counsel Gross, seconded by Margiotta. Further discussion on this amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, 8 in favor, 1 absent. Next amendment, Counselor. Go ahead, what do you want me to ask him?
Say it on the mic so we're not.
Okay.
Go ahead.
If you could do them
Here.
all at once.
I was going to do them as
all at
one.
once.
do them as one. So this one was in consultation with City Solicitor Egan of adding a section called prohibitions, and I think we have to check the number. 569 is already operated, but we can move that around. And this is more specific to sort of reiterate. I'll just read it real quick. Add a new 569 and renumber subsequent sections as necessary. 569, add prohibitions. Number 1, limitation on number of short-term rentals. An owner may register to operate only 1 dwelling unit as short-term rental. If a person owns or is listed as a manager and/or as an agent for 2 or more dwelling units, that person must choose only 1 unit to be registered as a short-term rental. No person shall have more than 1 legal or equitable title or beneficial interest in dwelling units used for short-term rentals except as provided for above. An owner may hire a property management company to list and manage short-term rentals, but the registration must be in the owner's name. 2, corporate ownership. Short-term rentals are prohibited in dwelling units owned by a corporation. Short-term rentals are permitted in dwelling units owned by an LLC, trust, or S corporation only when every shareholder, partner, or member of the legal entity is a natural person as established by documentation provided by the applicant at the time of the registration. And 3, affordable housing dwelling units. Short-term rentals are prohibited in dwelling units as designated as affordable or otherwise income restricted, which are subject to an affordability restriction or are otherwise subject to housing or rental assistance under local, state, or federal programs or law, and I so move.
Motion's made by Counsel Gross, seconded by Counsel Memard.
On the motion.
On the motion.
Again, this is primarily ordinance belts and suspenders, but I think it's actually relevant to note that the corporate ownership actually defines specifically that LLCs, trusts, and S corps are allowed to be used as ownership as long as people identify who they are as people. The rest of it is, again, was language recommended to me for the purposes of ensuring that there's absolute clarity in what is and is not permitted.
Point of order, do we need to extend the meeting again?
Second.
One of us objects?
Made by Worthley, seconded by Marchiota.
Madam, sorry, what happens after the second extension, if then until we're done? Just asking.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so we go to 11:30 is the next extension. So
Have some rule if one objects.
this has to be unanimous.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Unanimous. Let's continue. So on this motion,
Question, if I may?
go ahead.
Is this saying that if someone owns a unit of housing that has an affordable housing dwelling unit in it, they can't also have a short-term rental in the same structure?
I'm not sure if I. Can you reiterate your question?
Sure, I just want to make sure I understand this. So if someone has a building that has an affordable unit in it, are you saying that they can't also have a short-term rental in the same building?
No, the only thing that would be exempted would be the affordable unit. So if you had a 6-unit building and one of them was affordable, you could rent out another short-term rental apartment in that building, but you couldn't rent out 5. You certainly couldn't rent out the affordable, and you couldn't rent out 5 out of the 6.
Further discussion on this amendment? Go ahead.
I'm thinking of questions in real time. It's brand new. So, do we know if anybody owns 2 still? We don't know. I didn't hear that. Or may register or operate or one dwelling unit as a short-term rental. If a person owns or listed as a manager or as an agent for 2 or more dwelling units, that person must choose only one unit to be registered as short-term rental.
Madam Acting President, can I add?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. This is just language we've already passed in the amendments.
Voting on it then.
That was my question, is why they were there, but the Legal Eagle said we should put this in. Oh, it's an amendment.
The legal has given us this language to add to this. Okay.
As Jason said, it's belts and suspenders. This language is pretty much in the amendments that we passed. Now, we still have to pass the motion for any of the amendments to take place.
I understand. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we're ready for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, 8 in favor, 1 absent. Next amendment. Any further amendments, counselors? Look at the whole ordinance right now so we can see what you're doing.
Okay. Oh, this is on, okay. So it's just a few changes. I don't know if also have stuff, so, okay. If you want to go, you have one, so I would.
Would like to amend by adding to section 5-66 that the number of short-term rentals in a non-primary residence shall not exceed 500. And I so move. But I changed it a little bit. I don't know if you need to note that. It is. Already did. Yes, it is legal. Correct, Suzanne?
So I've got a question on this.
Sure.
Oh, we haven't made a motion, so we can't. Oh, so who seconded it? Okay, so we have, you made it, you seconded it. Is it premature for me to ask a question because now
Madam
you've
Acting
asked?
President, this side doesn't know what section it is if.
566. S. Yeah, but it does, instead of just a blanket short-term rentals, it's non-primary residence.
The number of non-primary short-term rentals that may be permitted shall not exceed 500.
Right, but I am amending my amendment to say the number of short-term rentals in a non-primary resident shall not exceed 500.
Right, so that's, so Grace just had it in a different order. The number,
500.
so we have non-primary twice.
Oh, sorry.
There we go. The number of non-primary resident short-term rentals that may be permitted shall not exceed 500.
Yes.
The number of non-primary residences,
Councilor Egan has clarification on the language.
short-term rentals.
Thank you.
So, residential unit. The number of non-primary residential unit short-term rentals that may be permitted shall not exceed 500. Okay, well, I know, but we're moving the words around. The number of non-primary residential short-term rental units that may be permitted shall not exceed 500. Is that okay with you? Okay, so Marjorie has moved that amendment. It was seconded by Council Memard. Do you have a narrative on that?
Yeah, I mean, one of the main reasons that we're doing all of this tonight is to kind of, rein in the nature of the beast. And if you don't rein in the number that you allow, it's still going to continue to grow and grow and grow. And if, one of my pet peeves is that I don't think any tourist should have more opportunity to have a roof over their head than the people who live here and, as Jimmy Stewart puts it, do all the living, breathing, and dying in this town. I picked the number 500 because we currently have 467. There's no way of knowing how many of those are just a room for rent or, it's their primary residence that they're they are renting out for short-term rental. But so by, narrowing it down to non-primary, it is only going to target the people who are just renting out their house to make money, if that makes sense.
Council Grow.
I wasn't, I speechless. Well, this is, to be honest with you, is actually a fairly lavish number. Because it only applies to those that are non-resident owned or non-resident occupied or non-owner occupied. So that's 500 non-owner occupied units. We got a letter regarding a property in Napa, and I looked through the regulations. First off, the regulations are a hell of a lot more strict than ours. And secondly, I'm sticking to it. Mind your beeswax. We are. They allow 41 in the entire city of Napa, 41 non-resident owned units. And the city of Napa is about the size, if not more, than Gloucester. And I don't know if you know Napa, but it's wine country. It's a huge tourist kind of thing. 500 is a lot. We may want to reevaluate that in a couple of years. But I would support this right now.
The main reason is there's no way to know how many we currently have. So the number was chosen based on what we currently have of 467 and anything that might come in between now and December 31st.
Council Majota had his hand up before you.
So if we find out there's 507 non-residents by January 1st, since they would that go into your amendment for the 3 years? First 500? Okay.
Councilor, are you finished? Councilor Gross.
Right now, there's only 467 totally registered. So to get 500 of one of our 3 types would probably be near impossible. But also to stay consistent with the language that is recognized, I would like to add an amendment to the amendment, and that is that replace units that are permitted shall be capped at 500.
Works for me.
So now, okay, so there's an amendment to the amendment. You want to withdraw your amendment without prejudice? No. Why not?
You want to accept that as a friendly amendment?
Yeah, that's fine. It's just
Okay.
changing the verbiage.
Okay. So now we're saying shall be capped at 500. And is this, are you keeping non-primary there? Or are you just making a general comment?
No, it would have, I'm keeping it at non-primary because it's, if it's somebody that has a room within their home or they have an apartment in their house that they rent out for short-term rental, that's not necessarily taking away from our potential housing in this town. But I think by capping whole houses, non-primary residents where the people don't even live here and they're just renting out a house, by capping that, at a realistic amount, I agree that this is high, but there's no way of knowing how many of that 467 that we currently have are non-primary residents that I know of. So, it's a generalized number that can be tweaked down the road.
So I'm not certain that I like this because it appears that we could be giving a eye wink to the non-primary short-term renters that there's a lot of room to grow for them after we find in January how many of the 560, what's the number? 467 people, owners, fall in this category. So let's just say that when we find that out with all the data, because we've got this going, that, that only 50 of them are non-primary residential owners. Now we're going to be saying you can go up to 500. And so that number is almost a disincentive for what we're trying to do. And that does worry me. So I don't think I think the spirit of what you're trying to do is good, but I just think that this might be the wrong message, so I won't be supporting that. Councilor Gross.
The other two, the shared rental unit and the primary, they have an infinite growth period, growth potential. This is more restrictive on the non-primary resident than it is on the other two, so it doesn't give them any advantage. It actually, they're getting restricted, the others are not.
This would not be a bad thing.
No.
Okay. If we don't want non-primary residents getting more, then putting this 500 is going to help?
Yes, and I would hope that this would be revisited after we get the registration and we find out what they are in the three categories.
You know, we have to have a number to start with, and since there's no way of differentiating what the breakdown of the 467 is, to keep it at a kind of a general number. And then, I mean, it's an ordinance. We can go in down the road and we can change it.
Thank you for the clarification. Councilor Memard, Councilor Benson.
Just putting this in context, I believe from prior discussions that we've had with the assessor's office, that there are some 2,000 homes in Gloucester that are not occupied year-round or are not year-round owner-occupied. So 2,000 is what I recall Nancy telling us. So putting that in context, so those are homes that could be on the short-term rental market, or could be reserved for, vacation home use. But I don't think that the 500 number is inappropriate by any means.
I listened to my colleagues and I will change my mind. So thank you. Anybody else on this?
I know we're running out of time, and I will just say that Councilor Grace, that was really job well done. And I think this is a start. And then once we know what we have, this number will hopefully shrink significantly.
Okay, so we have a motion seconded, and all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, 8 in favor, 1 absent. So I believe does this conclude all of the amendments? No, okay. Dylan? Oh,
Yeah, I have one.
go ahead. Go ahead, Council
So
Worthley.
I shared this with the clerk's office late today. I don't know if there's a way to bring it on the screen, or for me, I can just share it if it's just as easy. But I need to pull it up so I can see it.
Madam Sitting President, can I ask that we, since we took an extra long break, that we give ourselves a little extra time, and we've had some technical difficulties that we've had to use up here?
Another extension if we have to.
Yeah, we can do another extension. Thank you. I don't want to keep being reminded that my 5-minute break ended up being 15 for me to collect my questions, and I think Councilor Gross would forever hold me to that. So
No, I was very happy that you took your time to get that together.
Thank you.
And Councilor Gross
appreciate
didn't use the bathroom until about 10 minutes into that.
All right, let's go. So do we have it? Thanks, Grace.
Highlight the part that I. Okay, so the Current ordinance has a purpose that is a little redundant. I don't want to have to, I'm not criticizing Councilor Gross, but it was, the intent of this is to put forward, it was a lot of preamble, get ready to get ready sort of language. And I think cleaned it up a little bit. This Article 5 establishes rules which allow for and regulate the operation of short-term rental units in order to protect the health and safety of guests and residents, maintain the residential use of residential property, and ensure the quality of life, character, and livability of the surrounding neighborhood. It sums up the points that Councilor Gross put in just a different sort of layout. So I make that as a motion.
And second.
I'm clueless. Motions made by Council Worthy, seconded by Councilor Gross.
I can try to, I think we need to strike section 560, what the purpose, section 563. We need to strike that first, and then you want to replace it with
Replace
this.
with, right, so could we strike the existing language and replace with
So,
starting section 5.
right there? Okay. So on today's packet, if everybody can look at the back of our template, you can see Article 5, short-term rentals. So Council Worthy is saying he wants to strike existing purpose, this Article 5, short-term rentals is intended to set forth regulation, blah, 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 and replace it with what was just on the screen. Okay.
Existing language up there first, at the same time to see what we're striking. It's pretty, not changing much other than.
While Grace is looking
Twistics.
for it, do you want me to read the existing language? The existing language is purpose. This Article 5, short-term rentals, is intended to set forth regulations through which certain dwelling units within the city of Gloucester may be utilized as short-term rental units. This regulation is designed to allow for the operation of such rentals for Gloucester property owners, comma, protect the health and safety of renters and residents, comma, ensure the primary use of such rentals remains residential, comma, and ensure that the operation of such short-term rentals will not be a detriment to the character and livability of the surrounding residential neighborhood. So the recommendation is to remove that and add, go ahead, Council Worthy.
It's much of the same language, but a little different. This Article 5 establishes rules which allow for and regulate the operation of short-term rental units in order to protect the health and safety of guests and residents, maintain the residential use of residential property, and ensure the quality of life, character, and livability of the surrounding neighborhood. Moved and seconded by Council.
Moved by Worthy, seconded by Gross. Okay, and you've already discussed it.
Good.
So who would like to discuss this? Council Grow.
I just have a question from Suzanne. Is there any particular reason why we should not change the language or, no, it's fine? Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, 8 in favor, 1 absent. So who else has amendment? Go ahead, Council Benson. Yeah, thank you. My
Thank you,
assistant.
Counselor. It's been a long, I'm glad I ate dinner before. I hope everyone else did, but anyhow, I believe I shared it. Yeah, no worries. I see you're in it, so, and I can go down once you, yep. Okay.
Okay.
You remember what you had for breakfast? Cheerios? Just waiting, yeah. No rush, you know. Oh, what's up, you know?
Okay, here we go.
10,000 calories a day.
Here we go. Go ahead, explain.
So the first one is under B, which is fees. Number 3, the annual permit fee for non-primary residential unit. It's at 200. I'm proposing it to go to 300. I think that it really should, since it's non-primary, it should be a little bit higher number than the other two. You look at the shared units, 100, then you go up 50 more. I think non-primary residential unit should be significantly higher. The 300, I think, matches that sentiment. If anyone has any questions, I'm sure to answer.
Motion's made by Dylan Benson, seconded by Council Grow. Further discussion?
I so move, yeah, sorry.
We're good, thank you. Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, 8 in favor, 1 absent. Next amendment, Council Benson.
Okay, the next one here is going to notifications. Number 2, information regarding the parking regulations. I would add after limited to resident-only parking restrictions, and I move, so move.
So,
Oh,
so you're adding resident-only parking restrictions?
yes.
Wouldn't that be anyway? Oh, go ahead. Motion's made by Council Benson, seconded by Frank Maggiota. Okay,
Question?
go ahead on the motion.
Would parking regulations, would that not include?
Yeah, but I think with what I'm hearing from what I've heard from constituents is there have been instances of short-term rentals and folks not understanding the resident-only parking restrictions. So I think you talk about street swimming, snow emergency. I think having resident-only specifically right there glaring at folks, it would make sense.
Okay, further discussion? Council Worthley.
I don't know, is this working now? It's got a mind of its own. This is just for my understanding. It's a little late and I'm probably not operating at 100%. But all you're saying is that if it's a resident-only parking district, if the code of ordinances already says resident-only parking, we're asking the short-term rental owner to post that.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, 8 in favor, 1 absent. And now are we back to the main motion?
Oh, the last one. I have looking at penalties and enforcement, 5-67. Looking at all violations of this section shall have a penalty of $300. I'm looking to up it to $400. And I so move.
Motion's made by Council Benson, seconded by Council Grace on the amendment.
Discussion?
Want to speak to that first?
Yeah, I think honestly, I would have it go even higher than that. But I think $400, it seems reasonable to me. That I think $300 is a low amount. I think for people that are violating this, it should be a significant penalty. And that's where I'm thinking. I mean, I would propose 500, 600, but I don't think I'm going to get anywhere on that. So I think right now 400 seems reasonable.
Okay, thank you, Council Gross.
The reason the $300 is in here is because I think does the state limit us to $300? No? Okay. But that's, yeah, I've seen it in the state law but it doesn't.
Okay. Anyone else on this amendment? I'll be supporting this. I think it's a good idea. I think by hurting the pocketbook is significant. So all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, 8 in favor, 1 absent. Are there any more amendments, counselors? Seeing none, now we're back to the main motion.
One
And
more
I think
question.
we can all visualize how everything looks with 40 different amendments, but we did the right process, and I think it's clear. So now I guess I would say on the motion, and you're allowed to talk now that the public hearing,
Can we
Okay.
have a motion to extend?
the motion to extend for 10 minutes? Second,
Have 30-minute intervals, don't we?
Well, we already did 2 30 minutes.
okay, so 30 minutes, okay. Motion's made by Counsel Gross, seconded by
Councilor
I made the motion because it's
By you.
11:30.
Majority, seconded by Counsel Grow. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
We don't
One's
have to-
absent.
We don't have to take the full 30 minutes if we can finish
Okay.
earlier.
All right, so now we're back to the main motion, and I think, don't see it all in one piece, but I think we've done a very consistent job going through this. Any discussion on the main motion? We should probably go by Tony, because now you can participate, correct? The public hearing is over. So, Councilor Gross, this was your order, so speak to it. In, how about 2 minutes?
Yeah, oh, definitely. 2
Okay.
minutes is,
All right.
I just, remember, this is our starting point. We are probably going, when we start to see, I mean, having the 3 different categories and the numbers of those is going to be very illuminating for us to be able to make decisions without all the other information that is necessary. The annual inspection is coming regardless, so the work is already on the building department. This is a, you know, this will be revenue neutral. I'm very confident of that. And we also, you know, next, zoning on short-term rentals needs to be tackled. So I would just, I also need to say for the record, because Michelle Williams came up to me during the break, and she said that they are actually paying 14.75 right now because they're also being charged the hotel tax. So they're paying 175, 6%, and then the 3% on top. So we might want to double think whether or not we want to jump so fast on the 6%. So she asked me to put that on the record, and I am more than happy to, and I will be discussing it with our CFO to find out what it is. So anyway, that's it. It's obvious how my vote's going to go, I think, but
Imagine that.
I've said enough.
So alphabetical order, 2 minutes or less. Dylan. Councilor Benson.
It's okay. And just so for the week, we can say this is a statement or anything we can. Okay. It's been a long night, so I just want to the record, this ordinance offers a middle way, recognizing both the benefits of short-term rentals to our tourism economy, to folks who have a bedroom in their home that helps offset their mortgage cost. And this will lead to effective regulation. It provides us with a structured approach to gather data on the number of short-term rentals in our city. This approach is neither new nor unique to Gloucester. Many communities across the North Shore, as well as cities and towns across the Commonwealth and the country, have adopted similar ordinances. By establishing clear regulations and enforcement mechanisms, this ordinance will outline what is permissible and what is not. And this will speak to the concerns that so many folks have expressed to me, and I know have expressed to others. Helping us to manage short-term rentals responsibly. This is designed to support both the local economy and communities' well-being, and to address the ongoing affordability crisis in our city. And as we look at this,
10 seconds.
okay. I will just say thank you to the council president for bringing this forward. And it's a starting off point. It's a springboard. It's not a finish. Thank you.
Next is Gilman, correct? Yes? So I will say that I will be supporting this, but I do need to let everyone know that I think in the future, we need to spend more stuff done in subcommittee. And I think that this, to me, came through fast. And even though it's been around for a couple of weeks, I needed more thought, but I trusted your judgment, and I appreciate you letting me pause to come up with my questions. And I believe that this is the right thing to do. But because of all the things that we've discussed, and I'm looking forward to seeing this way out, but I do feel like we might need to look back at this and tweak it from time to time, because we've definitely done a lot of work in a short amount of time, and I would have liked to have gone slower. I was not as prepared as Councilor Gross and Councilor Grow on this, and I wanted to be 100% prepared, and I never feel right about that. So anyway, but I will be supporting it. So thank you, Councilor Gross. I know you were annoyed with me tonight, but it's okay. We're good. Okay, next is Councilor Grace.
Yes, I will be supporting this. Is it perfect? No. But, the nature of ordinances is that we have the ability down the road to go in and tweak and change. So it is a starting point, and I think it will go a long way to, kind of reining in the stampede of short-term rentals that has happened since the pandemic. And I think it's a necessary evil, and not everybody's going to be happy about it, but we need to start somewhere.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Grow.
Oh, Tony already spoke. What's been said has already been said, and thank you for that. I will say I had a lot of comments from people saying that this was not going to solve our housing affordability crisis. Yeah, that's exactly right. And nor is 3A, and nor is the allowance of ADUs, nor is any one single thing that we've come forward. But each one of these things is going to add a little bit more to the process of trying to make Gloucester affordable and livable for people who want to be here, who've been here, and who would like to see our kids grow up here. Is it a perfect amendment? No, or thing? No, but the Constitution's been amended how many times, right? So it's not quite that level, but we have the ability to change and adapt as we need to moving forward. That is a healthy thing, and I think something we should keep an eye on. But most importantly, it's like every opportunity we have to shave away at the affordable housing crisis and the housing affordability, we should be taking that opportunity, because it's 2 or 3 units at a time, and we can make this work. So I will be supporting it. I want to thank Tony for having the perseverance of bringing it back, and also the graciousness to allow the amendments that were made.
Thank you, Councilor. And now we have Councilor Margiotta.
Yes, this was actually very hard because I see both sides of the story as, people who own houses and do the short-term rentals. This is their moneymaker, and we're potentially changing those things for everything. But I understand what we need to do. Like Jason said, we're not fixing the housing crisis or anything like this, but it's a step in the right direction, and we'll find out what I do when we start voting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Memard.
I'd like to first thank Councilor Gilman for stepping up to chairing the public hearing. It was great to have you back. You did an excellent job. Councilor Gross for all the hard work in terms of pulling these together, and the support from Suzanne Egan and all the perspective that goes into making sure that this is the best that we can do. It's a first step. What's that? Well, hopefully we'll be funding your department for what you're going to need going forward. But I think this was a good process. I do have constituents who rely on, second and third generation seasonal rentals of their homes in Ward 1 along the shore. This is crafted, I hope, in a way that will not unduly penalize them and allow them to maintain the family legacies that they've had, to enable them to keep their homes, to maintain their homes, while still generating revenue from them to help offset the expenses, the real estate taxes, and all the other fees that are associated with wonderful old waterfront homes in Gloucester, which is part of the character of our community and the neighborhoods. So thank you all. I think we've done good.
Thank you, Counselor. And finally, Counselor Worthley.
Thank you, Madam President. Firstly, again, thank you to Counselor Gross. This is, as you say, the making of the sausage. Sometimes it's not easy and it's not always clean, but it's a process we have gone through, and I'm glad we've gone through it. I think that we probably don't say enough about how much we do appreciate the value that visitors bring to our local economy, to our restaurants and our whale watches. And when you have short-term rentals, we have repeat customers. Those people are also part of our community in a different way. I think we should value that and continue to stress that. It's unlikely this will make much of a dent in affordable housing. And I do appreciate that there are some residents who can afford to live in Gloucester because of this income. And I don't want to lose sight of that if we make additional changes down the road. This is sometimes the way people can afford to stay here. Councilor Gross, I think your grandfathering of existing units is a game changer, because that wasn't in the initial proposal last year, 6 months ago, or it's been, changed so that we allow people who are renting units that they're living in, their grandfathered, right? 365 days a
They
year.
get to rent them 365 days a year. No need for grandfathering.
Right, and so we're not taking anything away from those people, right? And that made it a little easier to sort of process that you're not ruining someone's business plan if that's what they're doing. I don't love every part of this, but I don't have to. There's a lot of value, and I see it in the other regulatory things like notifying people of the livability issues, the trash issues, the smoke detectors, the exits and egresses. In some ways, we're protecting the short-term renters. In some ways, we're also protecting the people who are renting them out.
Our timekeeper's saying that your 2 minutes is up.
Oh, I thought we had 3 minutes. Anyway, so yeah, I'm tired, and I appreciate the hard work that went into this, and I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So all those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those, oh, this has to be roll call. Okay. Counselor Gilman, yes. It doesn't? Okay. So all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, 8 in favor, 1 absent. Thank you. I'm going to turn control of the meeting over to our official council president, Councilor Gross.
Okay, next order of business, Madam Clerk. Want to just go straight to adjourn? Is everybody ready to just go straight to adjourn?
Any major event coming up, the Schooner Festival, there's nothing.
Schooner Festival, block party. Parade of Lights.
Move to adjourn.
Well, Jason made a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Grow, seconded by Councilor Worthley to adjourn. All those in favor? Aye. And I would just like to thank all of you. I know that this was, kind of my baby, and so